One sudden slip along a desolate canyon trail puts world champion adventure athlete Danelle Balenji at the mercy of the Utah wilderness.
I was in the middle of nowhere, and nobody knew where I was.
Her legs useless, she's forced to crawl for every inch to try and escape the unforgiving desert.
I thought I was gonna die.
But she'll also need the help of her best friend.
Go!
If she's to win this ultimate survival test. The battle for her own life.
Go find me help. My last chance.
Danelle Balenji is a super athlete. In triathlon and endurance sports, her reputation is legendary. Several times national and world champion. It's no wonder she's just earned the title US Athlete of the Year for the 6th time. For Danelle, giving up is not an option, as paramedic John Marshall is about to discover.
My first meeting of Danelle, she just ran 60 miles across open desert in 115-degree temperature before she got to the checkpoint that I was working at. This small-framed woman comes into the med booth. Her feet are blistered, she's completely dehydrated, somewhat delirious, and I said, hey, we would highly recommend we start an IV in you, get some fluids back in you.
You're gonna need this.
No, just a drink and some duct tape.
This kind of sets the mode for my involvement with Danelle. I learned that this girl, right from the get-go, was as hard as nails. This was a true athlete to the fullest extent. They say to be a great adventure athlete, first and foremost, you have to be hard to kill. Danelle was hard to kill.
It was December 13th, 2006, and I was at my house in Moab. The winter season was approaching, and I was wanting to get in shape for the snowshoe racing season and also to compete in some winter triathlons.
Oh, hey, Taz. Give me a minute, okay? Just give me a minute.
So I was to head out on about a 2 or 2.5 hour run, and I kind of had one of my favorite loops in mind. I hadn't done this loop in a while.
Okay, all right. Okay. I get the message. All right, let's go.
One of the world's premier extreme sports athletes, Danelle is known for staggering feats of endurance in adventure racing. Single and living alone, her constant companion is her dog, Taz.
I got Taz from a puppy rescue. I remember going to the shelter and there were several puppies there. This one puppy sort of stood out.
Hi.
Because he was energetic and he liked to run around and he was hyper and he had this real playful attitude about him that I liked. I sort of connected with that.
Look at this one. Oh, you're cute.
Oh. And I remember some other lady went up to Taz and was holding him. And I looked at this lady and that's my dog. He wasn't my dog just yet, you know, but I just knew that he was the one. And then so I kind of kept an eye on this lady while she was playing with Taz. And as soon as she set him down, I snatched him up and said, I want this one. There's something that drew me to Taz, that I knew that he was the one for me.
I need you to help me.
With Taz for company, Donnell is planning a routine training run through Moab's backcountry. It's a beautiful but rugged wilderness where few people ever go.
It was a sunny day, but it was cool, probably temperatures in the 30s, around 30 degrees Fahrenheit. I had my kayak on top of my truck, hopefully planning on going kayaking later that afternoon. I didn't see any bikers or hikers out, just myself and Taz.
Come on, Taz.
I brought my water bottle. At the last minute, I thought, well, I'll grab this little waist pack so I don't have to carry the water bottle in my hand. That way I could just put the water bottle in the waist pack. And it was a small waist pack with 2 zipper pockets. I didn't know what was in those pockets. I just grabbed it, and whatever was in there from my previous run was in my waist pack. And I headed out on the run.
Let's go.
I had absolutely no idea that my life was going to completely change that day.
Come on, boy.
Despite its beauty, the backcountry surrounding Moab can be hostile and dangerous. Just in the last month, 2 men have fallen victim to the deadly terrain, found frozen to death in the bitter desert night. Search and rescue teams are called out regularly to save hikers in distress. But Donnell is fearless. 6 times the winner of US Athlete of the Year, she thrives on pushing herself to the limit in the most extreme environments.
I was actually in pretty good physical condition that I usually could push myself right to that limit of pain, but not quite go over it. It actually almost feels good, like you get into the rhythm, get into the flow.
Out for that.
Donnell's training route is not marked on any map. And with every step, she's heading further into uncharted territory.
All of a sudden, the next thing I know, Taz was ahead of me, and my foot slipped out from under me. I almost immediately knew that I was in trouble because I couldn't stop. And I was moving fast at that point. And then the last 20 feet were an overhang. Free fall. I definitely had time to see my life kind of spin through my head and think about maybe I wasn't going to see another day. And then boom. Oh my God, I'm still alive. I didn't know what I had done to myself, but I knew I had hurt myself pretty bad.
It's a horrendous fall. The impact has shattered Donnell's pelvis into pieces, leaving her skeleton severed in 2. There's nothing but soft tissue connecting her legs to the rest of her body. Super athlete Donnell goes into survival mode.
Somehow my brain didn't allow itself to think too deeply about what had happened.
Despite her terrible injuries, Donnell's endurance training kicks in, and she's determined to keep moving.
So what I did was I took my right hand and put it on my right leg, and my left hand and put it on my left leg, and I could feel my legs. And so I knew that I wasn't paralyzed. And my next reaction was, I gotta get out of this canyon. I gotta get back to my truck, and I gotta get home, or I gotta get to the hospital.
Incredibly, despite her shattered pelvis, the endurance athlete tries to stand up and run out of the canyon. with her skeleton effectively in two, Danelle's legs cannot support her body. Unable to walk or run, she's facing her worst nightmare. Her legs useless, she's alone on a ledge, separated from her dog, Taz. Danelle is stranded in 1,000 square miles of barren, uninhabited wilderness.
I knew that I needed to get out of that canyon. The temperatures were cold, and it was the middle of winter. But I couldn't stand up, I couldn't walk. So I just started dragging myself.
With her skeleton broken in two, shattered at the pelvis, Danelle is critically injured. Most people would be in agony, but superfit athlete Danelle is experiencing an enormous adrenaline surge, masking the pain. But the problem for Danelle now is which direction to go. She's no idea if there's a safe way down from the ledge. Taz comes to Danelle's rescue.
Taz, there you are.
Taz has found her way back through the canyon to reach her. She is no longer alone, but Taz's appearance brings more than comfort.
Since he had gotten to where I landed, I knew that there was a route out. So I used him as my guide and kind of dragged myself where he went, along the shelf and then back down to the bottom of the canyon.
With incredible determination, Danelle follows Taz to the bottom of the canyon and now plans to pull herself back to her truck. But as the adrenaline surge wears off, the pain is starting to take a hold.
It would take all my energy to sort of drag myself an inch. And then the pain would be so bad I would have to regroup and try it again.
Time is working against Danelle. She knows the dangers of this remote wilderness. And that if she doesn't reach safety by nightfall, the sub-zero temperatures could kill her. With her energy slipping away, Danelle remembers her waist pack.
I didn't know what was in that waist pack because I didn't check before I left. And in one of them was a little gel pack, sugar pack, that endurance athletes often bring with them to help provide energy for running.
Eating the gel provides Danelle with a much-needed boost, as well as a moment to reflect on the colossal task she's taking on. But her progress is excruciatingly slow.
At one point, I looked back at my tracks and I could just see where I'd dragged myself through this canyon. It took me probably 2.5 hours just to get to the bottom, dragging myself inch by inch. The canyon that took me maybe 2 or 3 minutes to walk up.
The only comfort Danelle has is her dog's constant companionship.
Taz was with me this whole time. I think he probably realized that I was injured. I think he was kind of wondering why I was going so slow.
As the winter sun sets, the temperature is dropping below freezing. Daylight is fading fast, and with it, any chances of getting out of the canyon before nightfall. Despite Danelle's superhuman efforts, she's far from safety. Too tired to go on, she stops for the night. But she knows that this desert has a habit of claiming victims in the hours of darkness.
It was comforting having Taz there. And I also knew that if there was to be, say, a coyote or something that was to come into the canyon, that he would bark and scare any wild animals away.
But Taz's presence won't save her from the bitter cold of the savage desert night.
With the injuries to my midsection, it was a little bit uncomfortable if he got too close to me, because it would kind of move my bones around. I was really hopeful that I was going to make it out of there, or that somebody was going to get me. I should have realized right then that I was about to die and that I was in the middle of nowhere and nobody knew where I was.
With hours to go before dawn, the temperature is already well below freezing, and it's still falling.
It was bone chilling. You know, it'd be like laying in a freezer. My feet were frozen and they got frostbite.
Exposure to the cold is causing Danelle's body to shut off the blood supply to her extremities to protect her vital inner organs. Frostbite could claim her fingers and toes, but it's only the first stage in the onset of hypothermia.
I know that once you start to get too cold, then the brain will shut down, which is a symptom of hypothermia.
With winter temperatures plunging into the 20s in the Moab Desert, Danelle draws on her athletic training to help her survive the night. Despite a fractured pelvis, Danelle starts to do crunches to keep herself warm.
It was almost like just lifting my head up, my head and my shoulders up. I couldn't do a full sit-up because I didn't have any movement in my midsection.
It takes a superhuman effort that's almost too much for her.
And then I started to fatigue, and I became tired, and I said to myself, I gotta find a pace that I could maintain through the entire night.
Danelle forces herself to do one sit-up every 5 seconds, non-stop, over the next 6 hours. It's an extraordinary challenge, but it's the only way she'll stay alive.
I knew if I fell asleep, I would have died of hypothermia. And I knew if I stopped doing the crunches that I would have died of hypothermia.
In an incredible feat of physical endurance and mental stamina, Danelle wills herself to survive in freezing conditions. When most people would probably have given up, Danelle has made it through the night by doing sit-ups. In the morning, she has no time to rest. She intends to crawl her way 2 miles back to her truck.
My plan was to take that gel to give me some energy and then to continue to crawl out. I thought that it would be no problem for me to continue dragging myself. And what I didn't know is that the adrenaline had gotten me through those first 5 hours right after the accident.
Danelle is in for a terrible shock. The adrenaline that protected her has completely worn off. Now, if she's to survive, she must face her ordeal with no defense against the pain flooding throughout her body.
When I tried to move, it was just throughout my whole body, just this excruciating pain. And on top of the physical pain was the mental pain of being stuck there. I would have rather had 20 people around me hitting me with a hammer. That would have been better than what I was going through. And that's when I started to think, somebody's got to notice that I'm missing. I thought maybe somebody will notice my truck is still parked there.
But as she lives alone, no one is looking for Danelle. No one knows she's missing. She is completely alone. It's nearly 24 hours since her devastating fall, and Danelle is facing a new danger: dehydration.
I was aware of how dangerous it can be to get dehydrated.
With her fresh water supply gone, only a small puddle by her side is helping her stay alive.
But it was really a struggle to drink from that water source. It was hard to get the water into my water bottle and into me. There was a lot of silt in it.
Easy for you.
But while water can help keep her alive, it also carries a risk.
I didn't want to drink too much because if I peed on myself, then the risk of hypothermia would have been worse because it was so cold out there.
Urinating would wet her clothing. In the bitter cold, it would freeze, speeding up the onset of hypothermia. Only Danelle's willpower has prevented it from already happening. As the day wears on, the risk posed by the bitter cold lingers, but a new threat emerges. Inside her body, Danelle's injuries have taken a lethal turn for the worse.
I started to feel this inflammation in my midsection, and it was kind of soft and squishy. And I remember if I tried to move, this whole jelly roll would sort of move, almost like a water balloon or something. I remember thinking at the time, oh, it's inflammation.
It's not inflammation. It's far worse. Danelle's shattered pelvis has severed blood vessels in her pelvic cavity. She's been bleeding internally for a day and a half, starving her brain and other major organs of the vital oxygen they need for her to survive. Danelle is bleeding to death. Unable to move and facing another night in freezing temperatures, Danelle is finding it much harder to stay in control. She struggles to do her sit-ups. Worse still, she's beginning to hallucinate because of her blood loss and fatigue.
I remember looking up to the stars, and instead of them being these vivid stars where I could see the Milky Way, all I could see was these stripes in the sky. The second night was a lot harder. That first night, Taz kind of cuddled up next to me, and the second night, he didn't want to. He would come and check on me, but he didn't cuddle up next to me. He just kind of looked at me like, you know, what are you doing laying there? But I don't think he knew what to do either. You know, he probably was, maybe he was thinking, you know, should I leave and go get some dog food, you know, and take care of myself, or should I stay here with her? I think Taz knew something was wrong then. His demeanor had changed a little. He seemed a little bit depressed. He seemed kind of frustrated that I wasn't taking him to his doggy bed. He wanted to continue on back to the house. And he kept looking at me like, come on, let's go to a more comfortable spot. second night felt a lot colder to me, too. Felt long and cold.
What Danelle doesn't realize is that the cold is keeping her alive. Her core body temperature is now so low that her metabolism is slowing dramatically. Her blood pressure is dropping, which in turn is slowing the internal bleeding. The cold is delaying the worst, but Danelle is already living on borrowed time. As the night wears on, Danelle is fighting for her life. It's taking every ounce of willpower to avoid drifting off to sleep, where the onset of hypothermia would lead to certain death.
I remember wanting to be at home in my bed, where it was warm and comfortable, and where I could sleep. I had been awake this whole time, and I was starting to get the sleep monsters where I wanted to sleep, but I knew I had to stay awake. And I still kept hoping somebody would notice that I was missing. The reality of the situation was that I was in the middle of nowhere, and nobody knew where I was.
Thanks to her endurance training and extraordinary willpower, Danelle has survived a second night in the freezing winter desert, where most people wouldn't have survived one. But it's unlikely she will survive another. 3 pints of blood have seeped into her pelvic cavity, and she's becoming much weaker.
On that lump around my midsection, it was blood. I couldn't see it because it was all internal, but I was losing a lot of blood. I didn't want to die, and I had to get out of the canyon, and nobody knew where I was, so I tried again. And I was determined to fight the pain and to try again.
Two days after she set out on her run, several phone calls from Danelle's family and friends have finally alerted the police to her disappearance.
Morning, Frank. What do you got there?
I got a possible missing persons call yesterday. I went out to the house this morning to check it out. Lights are on, laptops on, truck's gone. No signs of activity for a couple days at least.
I know her. Danelle Banijay, the marathon runner. She trains up around Amasa. As a matter of fact, I'm heading up that way right now. I'll take a look around.
Let me know if you find anything.
I will.
Oh, maybe I made it about 3 inches, and I got myself stuck in this small, wasn't even a pothole. It was just a change in direction in the rock, and I couldn't even barely get myself out of it.
With little blood-borne oxygen reaching her vital organs, Danelle's body is close to shutting down. It's only her extraordinary physical conditioning that's keeping her alive. But she won't live much longer without medical help. And she knows it.
I was hyperventilating, I could barely breathe. And I also starting to lose my vision. I would turn my head to look, and it would just sort of be this blur across the sky. And then I would have to focus on something in order to sort of get my vision back.
Barely able to see, Danelle can go no further. Defeated, she spends a painstaking 3 hours inching her way back to her only source of water. 50 hours after her dramatic fall, the adventure athlete's hopes of getting out of the canyon alive now seem futile.
I got myself back into this spot and I just laid on my back and started crying. And I started to lose hope. And Taz came over to me and was just licking my tears. And I was so sad that I wasn't gonna I didn't know what was gonna happen to Taz. There was not gonna be anybody to take care of him. I was gonna miss not being able to play with Taz, miss being able to run with him and do the things I love to do. And that's when, still can't talk about it.
Local detective Craig Shumway knows that Danelle often trains in the Amasa Back area, north of Moab. He's hoping his hunch pays off.
Bingo.
Now a search and rescue operation can be launched, but it may already be too late for Danelle. Within an hour of the discovery of Danelle's truck, the Grand County, Utah search and rescue team mobilizes. Danelle's been missing over 2 days, and they know any hopes of finding her alive are fading fast.
Okay, we've got a missing persons, potential injury in the Amasa Back area.
John Marshall is in charge of the search team out in the field.
Our organization is set up that individual officers take turns being the officer in charge on any particular day. That day just happened to be my day.
Female, brunette, about 5'4", 120 pounds, name Danelle Ballingy.
Balenji?
You know her?
And instantly, in my mind, the story completely changed. We're not looking for a lost tourist, somebody who just wandered off the trail. We're looking for somebody that's got more backcountry experience than your average John Doe on the street. And if this person's been missing in the backcountry for 2.5 days, they're not just lost. This person's in some serious trouble.
While critically injured and exposed to freezing conditions, Danelle's endurance training has helped keep her alive for over 2 days. But the physical ordeal is wearing her down mentally.
I was pretty close to dying at that point. And I had lost hope that anybody would find me.
Now, after 51 hours, her intense willpower is breaking down. Despite increasing risk of hypothermia, she can no longer stop herself from urinating. With night bringing colder temperatures, Danelle knows that without a miracle, she'll likely freeze to death by morning. The extreme athlete has finally given in.
That's when I started to think about my life and everything that I did. I started to think about my life and everything that I did and everything that I still wanted to do. And I thought about my family and my friends and how much they meant to me. And I thought I was gonna die. I mean, I was dying.
Tess. 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 I need you to help me.
Taz was there with me, and he was all I had at that point. And I said to him, I said, Taz, I'm hurt, I need help. Can you go get help?
Tess. I need you to help me. Go get me help. Tess, go find some help for me, please. Go. This is my last chance, Tess. Go!
And he turned around and he took off.
Taz is her only hope. But Donnell knows that by sending him away, she may now face death alone. With little time to spare, Moab Rescue Operations Chief John Marshall arrives at the Amasa backcountry search area first.
The backcountry here in southeastern Utah doesn't play any favorites. It's a beautiful, awe-inspiring landscape, but it also is deadly.
There's a dog down there. You see him?
Yeah, I got him.
Taz has found his way out of the canyon and is heading towards the search party. But as he races towards them, John fears the worst.
I know my dog will never leave my side as long as I have a pulse. So to see her dog down in the bottom of the canyon for the first time, my heart dropped. It says, oh, this can't be a good sign. The dog has left its master.
As the rest of the search party arrives, Taz reaches the top of the canyon. But he doesn't stop, and his behavior is bewildering, particularly to experienced tracker Bego Gerhardt.
This bedraggled dog came running down the Jeep road and right through us. The odd thing was he didn't really want anything to do with us. Like he didn't walk up to the first person and go, feed me.
John Marshall knows that Taz could hold the key to finding Donnell. But standard procedure dictates that he cannot delay the rescue operation any further.
Bego, you take the Massa Back Trail and the ATV.
Bego Gerhardt is under no illusions about the enormity of the task facing them.
It's usually you're going to look for somebody that's just out after dark, or they broke their ankle and you pretty much know where they are. But this was a full-on search, had no idea within, say, 20 square miles, which is huge in this country with all the canyons and cliffs. 20 square miles can take a long time to cover.
It's time they simply don't have. As evening approaches, temperatures are already dropping. But Bego Gerhardt can't rush, for fear of missing a clue that may lead him to Donnell.
As we went up, every time there was a sandy place, I'd look in the sand for tracks. And pretty soon I thought I found some tracks that could be 2 days old, and there were dog tracks along with the shoe prints.
Back at the search and rescue base, John is now sure that Taz is trying to tell them something.
This dog was on a mission, so it's almost as if it ran around and say, hey, look at me, I'm gonna get everybody's attention. Now I'll show you where she's at.
Where is he going?
All of a sudden, down in the bottom of the canyon, the dog reappears and headed back up the Amasa Back Trail. So I get on the radio and I radio over to the vehicles heading up the trail.
1T812 to 1T836. Hey, Bego, looks like the dog's coming your direction. Let him pass. Let's see where he's going.
I'm looking over my shoulder, and sure enough, Taz appears and takes off up over the hill. I'm going, you know, I think I should follow Taz for about 5 minutes just to see.
Okay, dog. Let's see what you know.
Time is running out. As nightfall approaches, a new threat to the rescue operation has emerged. Heavy snowfall is forecast, which Donnell couldn't hope to survive. Following Taz may now be the last chance of finding Donnell alive. Experienced mountain trekker Bego Gerhardt knows that Donnell's dog could be her only real hope of survival.
I know to pay attention to dogs because they know stuff. So when he ran up over the hillside, I had a very strong feeling of I better follow him for a few minutes.
As Taz leads Bego deeper into the canyon, the going becomes more treacherous. Bego must slow the ATV and risk losing the dog's trail. Donnell has no way of knowing that Taz has found help. She is resigned to dying out in the open. But when he returns, Donnell senses a change in his behavior.
Next thing you know, Taz came up and he came right by me and he went straight to the puddle and he started drinking from my puddle. I remember thinking, that's my lifeline, that's the only water I got. Can't you find a different puddle, Taz? But I couldn't, I couldn't say that to him, and I just pet him a few times and let him drink from the puddle. And his demeanor had changed a little bit. He had seemed to get a little bit of energy back. And then he licked my face again, and he was kind of wagging his tail a little bit, and it was sad for me to see this happy little dog that I was never gonna be with. At the same time, I heard this other sound.
Help!
I wasn't hopeful because I'd been screaming help for 50 some hours straight, and nobody had come to help me.
Help!
And just about the time I thought I was going to run out of road, I heard this blood-curdling scream.
Help!
I'll never forget it. And had to be Donnell.
I can't move!
The sound got closer, and the engine cut out, and I start begging, desperate begging for help, explaining that I'm hurt, telling this person, you cannot leave, I need help, I need help.
Help, help, please help me!
It was the best moment of my life, because I knew right then that I was going to get a second chance. I knew I was going to make it.
And it was quite emotional, because not very often do you go on a rescue where somebody's life is really quite on the edge. The look on her face was one of relief, and then the tears came.
Next thing he said to me was, you got one good dog. And I just started crying. I just laid there and started crying.
I don't think any human could have survived another night in those temperatures.
Taz's extraordinary bond with Donnell has saved her life.
Taz certainly did make the difference in shaving hours or perhaps even days off of finding Donnell. And in this rescue, she didn't have hours or days to spare. She was on the brink as it was.
I knew Taz was a smart dog, but to be able to do what he did, this was a whole nother level of communication. Suddenly, my dog was taking care of me instead of me taking care of him. I look back on it now and I'm so grateful. He's truly a best friend.
Donnell is airlifted to hospital and undergoes emergency surgery to repair the severed vessels that have pumped 3 pints of blood into her pelvic cavity. Then there's a 6-hour operation to pin her shattered pelvis back together. It's touch and go whether she'll pull through.
When we get the reports back to her medical condition, and all the doctors were saying, she really shouldn't be alive with the massive amounts of blood loss that she had, the hypothermia, the frostbite, everything combined. She should have been dead days ago. But here it is 2.5 days later, and she's smiling.
But there's another shock waiting for Donnell when she gets to see her feet for the first time in 3 days.
Laying there in the hospital bed, and they had taken my shoes off, and I finally got a glimpse of my feet, and they were black from frostbite. Every single one of my toes and then part of my foot was black. You know, with frostbite, you just have to give it time, and eventually over the next 24 hours, slowly but surely, the color started to come back in my toes, my feet, and so I knew I was gonna be able to, my feet were gonna be okay.
The prognosis for Donnell's fractured pelvis was not so reassuring.
The doctor said that the injuries in my pelvis were pretty extensive, so I didn't know if I was going to be wheelchair-bound the rest of my life or if I was going to be able to walk again.
Her life has been saved, but her body may be shattered beyond repair. Doctors fear she may never walk again. Against all the odds, the extraordinary determination that kept her alive in the canyon has now put her back on her feet again. After 6 hours in surgery and months of rehab, Donnell is up and running.
I'm still able to do what I love to do. It's taken several months of recovery and rehab, but I'm back out running again, running the trails. Taz and I go out almost every day.
And Taz has a new playmate.
My son he's really a gift, and every moment with him I appreciate, and I think I appreciate him even more knowing that, you know, he may have never been if it wasn't for Taz and all the people that, you know, were there to help me survive that experience.
Young lovers, Gina Allen and Brandon Day, are on a day trip from hell, lost in a freezing mountain wilderness with no way out. The city dwellers are trapped in a nightmare they cannot escape.
We're stuck. We're completely stuck.
And just when it seems it can't get any worse, they're plunged into a tale of death and despair, which threatens to engulf them too.
If we make a mistake, probably will die.
I will. It'll be fine. He's a really nice guy. Jessica knows him too. She says he's very nice.
We met in the spring of 2006. He had seen my MySpace profile, and within a couple of weeks, went on our first date, and we immediately hit it off. We were almost inseparable at that point. A few days later, he asked me to go with him to California.
Tasha, I'm in Palm Springs. Oh, I know, the hotel is amazing. I know, I can't believe I'm here either. Oh, he is totally gorgeous, and he's been such a gentleman. No, if he was gonna abduct me, he wouldn't do it at a business conference, would he?
I qualified to go to a national sales convention. I'm a financial advisor. I was allowed to bring a guest with me and thought it'd be a really good time and invited her out with me.
Hey, hard day at the office?
Oh, so hard. You have no idea.
I just looked at it as, hey, look, how would you like to go on an all-expenses-paid vacation to a resort? How bad could that be?
At the end of the convention, Brandon and Gina head out on a day trip to a nearby beauty spot. Intending to be back well before nightfall, the couple dress light.
I'm gonna leave my purse here so maybe you could take these for me.
His pockets full, Brandon leaves his mobile behind.
We didn't think anything of it. We were only going to be gone a couple hours, or I guess so we thought.
At 10,834 feet above sea level, Mount San Jacinto is the second highest mountain in Southern California.
And as we're going up, she mentions, there's this is mountain lion territory. There's also a lot of rattlesnakes in this area.
But as long as you stay on the trails, you should be okay.
Among the most rugged wilderness regions in the US, Mount San Jacinto is the second highest peak in Southern California. With no access road, the only way up or down is by cable car. And while temperatures can hit the 80s and 90s on the desert floor during May, the summit is still dusted with snow.
Somebody mentioned it's going to get cold because you're going up 8,500 odd feet and there's going to be a wind. So you might want to grab a sweatshirt or a jacket, something like that to have with you. So we got up to the top, about to head out for our walk. It was totally perfect. And I guess you just think, you don't have a care in the world at that point. We're the typical young couple in love. Wow. Seeing the snow, I decided, sneaking behind him, that I would mess with him.
Brandon.
What?
I just kind of turned to him and just nailed him right in the head with the snowball, and that point, it was on. It was just so fun, just throwing snowballs at each other in May.
Wait, stop. Listen.
What? What is it?
You hear that? Sounds like a waterfall. Don't get me mad.
So we headed off to go find this waterfall.
I can hear it. Can you see it yet?
Not yet.
Unused to this kind of environment, the city dwellers from Dallas, Texas, don't realize that the mountain is playing acoustic tricks on them. While the sound of the waterfall seems nearby, it is actually rebounding off the hard rock walls and echoing around the mountain.
It didn't sound far, but I guess, the sounds play with you, play with your mind, and play with your head.
Gotta be here somewhere.
Are we there yet? I mean, this is getting to be like a real hike.
A little further, Gina. Should be really cool.
We eventually did find the waterfall, which was not impressive.
Wow. It's not exactly Niagara Falls, is it?
Ow.
Did you get one?
Oh, maybe you don't want to see this one.
See? Let me see it. See?
We took some pictures, which didn't turn out very well at all, and then decided to turn back.
Time should be getting back. Come on. Yeah, we should. All right.
Gina and Brandon have 20 minutes to meet their tour party at the cable car station. But going back the way they came is not easy.
It seemed so simple when we walked off the path to get to the waterfall. It felt like all we did was around 2 boulders, behind a tree, and over the top of another boulder, and there it was. So we kind of, retraced our steps, and it was seeming to take much longer.
Hey, can you hear that?
This way. Can't be far.
We could hear voices, but we couldn't really match up with them.
It's now less than 10 minutes before the tour party leaves. Brandon and Gina can hear the other tourists, but they cannot find them.
This way.
We couldn't get to them. They seemed to be just right there, and we lost voices. We couldn't hear anyone else talking. And at that point, you kind of, okay, something might not be right here.
Meanwhile, the rest of the tour party has descended without Brandon and Gina and will soon return to the hotel.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Brandon and Gina now realize they've not only missed their rendezvous, they've lost their way back to the station. It's beginning to be a true test of their fledgling relationship.
You've got no idea where we are, have you?
Not exactly. But at least I'm looking for a way out.
He goes, you can sit there if you want to, but I'm gonna keep on moving. I think he wanted to be the big, strong, tough guy that's not scared in front of me.
At that point, it was probably important that I sent a little message of, okay, we can't panic. We have to stay focused on the task at hand.
Despite Brandon's determination to find the mountain station, the dense pine forests and steep rock faces block their path. They're tantalizingly close to the station, but they just can't see it.
I think we're close. We just need to go a little bit further this direction or this direction. We'll see something we recognize and we'll be fine. That went on for a while, and then I realized that no, I do think we're lost. And so at that point, we decided, okay, we have to start yelling for help.
Hey! Is anybody there? Hello?
We're too short. Must have taken a taxi back. Okay, let's go.
We've now passed the rendezvous time. Now we have a real problem. Okay, before it was something that was very manageable. Now it's sinking in. I think we have an issue.
As night falls, Gina and Brandon are lost in one of the most desolate and unforgiving parts of the Southern Californian wilderness. But even worse, no one knows they're missing.
Brandon!
The most immediate danger for Brandon and Gina is hypothermia. Lightly dressed, they're at the mercy of the plunging mountain temperatures, which can drop well below zero at night. They must retain body heat, or frostbite, exposure, and eventual death may follow.
All we had was wind pants and windbreakers on, not any type of gear or something to prepare for this type of weather, or food or water or anything, because we originally had only intended to walk maybe a few hundred yards to take a picture and then head back to a mountain station. So we weren't hikers, we were tourists.
Brandon, I'm so cold.
It's okay, Gina, it's okay.
I really felt responsible. It's one thing to put yourself in a bad situation, but to put somebody else in a bad situation is tough to stomach. And so, you know, at one point, you know, Gina started to cry. She was very scared. And, you know, I started to just apologize. I'm so sorry for putting you in this situation. And she stopped me right there.
And I said, no, we're okay. We're in this together. We both took the wrong steps. We're both following each other here. We're okay. We're in this together. So I think at that point, he accepted that I was not blaming him by any means, that I was right there with him, that we were gonna get through this together.
You can't stay here. You'll freeze to death. You've got to move.
Where?
We passed a cave a little way back. It's better than being out here in the open. Come on. Come on.
Stumbling their way through the darkness, Gina and Brandon are aware of another very real mountain danger.
We had been warned that there's mountain lions and rattlesnakes in these mountains. We weren't really looking to see any wildlife. We were hoping we didn't see any wildlife at that point.
There it is.
Wait, don't go in there.
Why not?
I don't know, anything could be in there.
I can't see a thing.
I don't know if it was just a gut reaction or just instinct or how he knew to do it. He took my camera, which I thought was genius. I don't know how he thought of it.
Give me your camera.
Camera?
It's got a flash, doesn't it?
Turn on there.
It's clear. There's nothing in there.
Although no longer out in the open, Brandon and Gina are still at the mercy of Mount San Jacinto's bitter chill.
Well, that night, yeah, it really got to a level of cold that I've never experienced before. I'm looking at my watch, and it's 11 o'clock at night, and I'm thinking, okay, we have 7 more hours of this? You know, and we're already freezing, shivering, and how much longer can we endure this?
Brandon and Gina survive a long, cold night in their makeshift shelter. Exhausted, they've had nothing to eat or drink in the last 24 hours. Even so, Gina's mind is on more everyday anxieties.
This was by far the most awkward date I had ever been on in my life. Here I am with this guy I barely know, and I'm stuck. Now he's going to, smell my morning breath, and he's going to see me without my makeup on, and I have dirty hair, and it's all those classic girl things you think of when you're in a new relationship.
Brandon's thoughts are on more practical matters.
In my mind, I'm going through a checklist, okay? There's a series of fail-safes. First off, the tour bus had a head count and a list of names, so they would have known we didn't make it back on the bus. Secondly, at dinner that night, some people from my firm would have noticed we're not there.
Unfortunately, the fail-safes have not triggered a search. With the convention winding down, Brandon's work colleagues have not noticed their absence. Brandon and Gina are not expected home for another 2 days, so their families have no idea they're missing. Brandon and Gina climb further up the mountain, thinking they need to go higher to reach the cable car station. They're in for a shock.
Oh my God.
There's no sign of the station. Gina and Brandon now realize they've crossed to a different ridge of the mountain.
Hey, look. Look at that tree.
There are a lot of trees.
No, no, that was that dead one we passed on the way up from the cable car.
I climbed a hell of a long way up.
They now know they're more lost than they thought. And facing another freezing night at this altitude could kill them. The young couple need a plan.
See that creek? That creek running there?
And that heads down towards Palm Springs.
Yeah.
We made the decision that we're gonna try and walk our way out of here. We're going to try and follow the mountain river, and it has to lead out somewhere.
Let's go.
What Gina and Brandon don't realize is that between them and the river is some of the most treacherous terrain the mountain has to offer.
So we kind of look at each other and say, all right, well, we have nowhere to go but down. And it's steep. It's very steep at that point. We slid on our butts, I guess, with one leg straight out in front of us, the other leg bent up. And we moved. Definitely shook loose some of the rocks around us, which got a little frightening.
A boulder about the half the size of a suitcase goes tumbling all the way down, and then you hear that just hit the bottom of this rock face. You know, if we make a mistake, we're either dead or we're hurt to the point to where we probably will die. Gina, as she was trying to slide down, had kicked a rock or some rocks.
Brandon, watch out!
And here it's coming straight for me, straight for my head.
Brandon! No, no, no. Where are you?
This thing probably missed me by about a foot and a half.
I'm okay.
That was really, really close.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
The mountain is too steep and treacherous to climb back up. Brandon and Gina are now committed to sliding down the rest of the rock face, despite the danger.
No, 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 no.
Takes us the better part of a day, and around 4 or 5 o'clock, we finally make it to the bottom.
It's the first water Brandon and Gina have drunk for over 24 hours. Water could prolong their survival, but with no source of food, their health is already deteriorating, and their judgment too. They think that following the river will lead them to safety. They have no idea what lies ahead in this hostile wilderness.
The stream we were following would get really narrow, to the point where you could almost jump across it, to really wide, to the point where we had to look for like 4 and 5 rocks to hop across. And you essentially kind of play leapfrog, trying to just hop on rocks to get your way over. You know, the last thing you want is wet feet.
Under normal circumstances, getting wet would be an inconvenience. But with night approaching in the cold mountain environment, it could spell disaster for Brandon and Gina.
We get to a point where I'm leading, and I'm going down like a downed log. And I guess it's something that I learned through my years of cheerleading, is that you think light. You train your body to think light. I made it down safely, but he's 60 pounds heavier, might not support him the way it supported me.
Instantly, I'm soaked from the thighs down.
In wet clothes, Brandon is now at real risk of hypothermia. With no cave to shelter in, the couple need to think fast to prevent the creeping cold of night from freezing Brandon to death.
I'm gonna get these shoes off. So at that point, I guess my nurturing instinct kind of kicked in, I guess, to take care of him.
Then we huddled up again to keep us warm, and she sat on my feet throughout the night, trying to help keep them warm, because I was shivering pretty good throughout the night. The sun comes up Monday morning. I wait a little bit longer because my shoes and my socks are still pretty wet, so try and let the sun hopefully dry those out for another hour or so.
After 2 nights stranded in a savage mountain wilderness, with no food or way out, all Brandon and Gina have left is a determination to keep going.
We're not gonna die here. And also, we just really didn't want to sleep another night out in the freezing cold. We wanted to get ourselves out of there. Now at this point on Monday, we haven't seen or heard anything or anyone. So we have no evidence, no reason to believe a search has started. At that point, it seems surreal that we haven't heard anything, but that's the situation we're faced with. And I think we had come to accept that for whatever reason, that a search wasn't coming, or at the very least wasn't started.
What'd you say?
And I was just praying is all.
You don't think we're gonna get out of this on our own?
Yeah, I do. Just gives me hope, that's all.
But Gina's prayers are going unanswered. Their hotel computerized booking system has automatically checked them out. But the rooms have not been made up, so no one knows they're lost in the mountains, fighting for survival.
And we really just have to be careful as we make our way. We don't get ourselves into a situation where we can get bitten or fall and get hurt or anything that's going to get us stranded.
With little sleep, nothing to eat, and no sign of rescue, they'd been driven on by grit and sheer determination. Then suddenly, signs of life appear in the distance.
Well, first, I'm making sure I'm not hallucinating. We haven't eaten, we haven't slept. At this point, I'm sure that my judgment is starting to not be as sharp as it once was.
You see that?
What?
That.
Oh my God. Hey! Hey!
All of a sudden, you just get this feeling of, oh, I think we made it.
Is anyone in there?
No.
Brandon and Gina realize this is not your average campsite.
We definitely know right off the bat that something's wrong.
Stuff had been buried a little bit by dirt. And at this point, we're realizing this is not a good situation. We don't hear anybody, we don't see anybody. It's just a very ominous feeling.
Hey! Hey, Brandon! Look at this.
So we start going through the bag, the contents of the bag. We're discovering these maps. We had no idea really what we were looking at, but just that there were some sort of maps. and there was obvious writing in the white space.
Brandon, look. This is today. This is May 8th. Someone's here.
No, Gina. This diary's a year out of date. It's May 8th, 2005.
It was just a blow. That, for one, how have we found this exactly 1 year ago to the day? And in seeing everything that he had, he was obviously prepared for something. You know, he was an experienced climber, experienced hiker. That this campsite's abandoned, you don't know what the hell is going on.
May 8th, 2005. Took a fall. Too weak to climb out a canyon. Down is gorge. No way out. Gorge? What gorge? Wait, listen, here's another one. Listen. May 11th. I'm 60 today. Down to last 2 crackers. God, this is... Here, May 14th. Heading down to creek for water. Goodbye and love you all.
I'm looking through the bag and I come across all of his identification. I see his name is John Joseph Donovan, and he's in his 60s from Virginia. And I come across his driver's license, his credit cards, his debit cards, his everything.
Gina, these are someone's last words. Gina, we've just read someone's last words.
That was exactly a year ago to the day that we found this campsite of somebody saying goodbye to the world. And now here we are in the same place exactly a year ago to the day. And to go from such a high to such a low in such a short amount of time was just something that shakes you. This doesn't happen. You know, this is stuff that people make up, you know, and put into a movie.
In digging through all of his cards, I see the prayer card that has the St. Christopher prayer. And that's when just too many loose ends were tied at that point, that St. Christopher is the patron saint of travelers. And I had been praying to St. Christopher my whole way along. His penmanship was very much like my father's, and my dad's birthday was May 7th. And it's just all kind of coming to a head at that point. I can't take it. It's too much. And Brandon is continuing to read, and I'm starting to freak out. At that point, I took his bag and I gathered up everything I could. I gathered up his glasses, his shoes, his jacket, because in my mind, that's somebody's dad. And somebody's dad didn't come home. And it was just important to me that any of his family have his things. I can't think of anything but getting the hell out of there.
Gina, wait! Gina, wait, stop! Gina!
It's just a mess. We're losing all sense of cool, which we'd maintained our composure the entire way, and that was a breaking point.
Gina!
And, you know, Brandon came up and grabbed me and just kind of said, breathe. Just breathe and settle. We have to settle. And, you know, just that look in his eye, I knew that he was afraid for me. And we kind of just took a moment to maybe try to gather ourselves a little bit. And all you can hear is this rush of water.
For Gina and Brandon, the horror story they find themselves in is unrelenting.
What is it?
What?
What's it?
Again, the water gets us every time.
That's a waterfall.
So we get closer, we make our way back around some big trees that were close to the water, make our way around. And that's where we see the gorge that John had talked about. And we're stuck. We're completely stuck. He had the maps, he had the compass, he had everything, and he couldn't get out. So how the hell are we? Clearly, looking back upstream, what we had just come down, there's no way we can get back up it. We had jumped down so many boulders and trees that there's no way we can climb back up. To our left was straight, sheer rock walls, and to our right, it was a bowl. It made a big, giant bowl. To know that something so beautiful was so dangerous, it's just so hard to put into words. That feeling of seeing all this tremendous beauty and I'm stuck.
We see what he'd written about. There's about 140, 150 foot waterfall and no way to get around it. We're at an impasse. Now what? We can't, at this point it's sinking in, we can't walk our way out.
They thought that following the river would be their escape route. Instead, it's led them into a trap. Now, after 2 days struggling against fear, they're losing the battle.
And at that point, we knew we were not getting out. There's no way. There's no way we can get out. This man was prepared. He had everything he needed. We were not prepared for anything. We just had on our running shoes. We had chapstick, a digital camera, sunscreen, and running shoes. And this man was prepared and he couldn't get out. It's very defeating, very defeating.
But the missing hiker, John Donovan, has left Brandon and Gina a lifeline.
Yes, matches. Think they still work?
I don't know how we missed it. That throughout all of his things, bag inside a bag, inside a bag, inside a bag, he had another little bag of wouldn't strike anywhere matches that were still dry. By some miracle, they were still dry. And we decided, okay, let's start making fire.
What's that noise?
Fire?
No, that.
What?
It's a helicopter.
It's the waterfall. No, it's the waterfall.
It's a helicopter. Hey!
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 The young couple have no idea whether the helicopter was ferrying tourists or looking for them. Whatever the case, Brandon and Gina may have just missed their only chance of being rescued.
That night, we were alone. It was the one night that we weren't side by side. We slept a good, well, I say slept, but we rested a good 10 to 15 feet away from each other. He did his thing and I did mine. You would think at that point you need each other even more so than you ever would. But we didn't, and I don't understand that. At that point is when I started to really lose my faith. I lost hope, and I lost faith that we really were gonna get out. At that point, I started letting go, just resigning all hope and accepting it and realizing that it's okay. But I'd spoken to my mom, I had spoken to my sister, I had spoken to my best friend, and I knew it was okay. I had spoken to everyone that I love in the last few days, and it's okay. It's okay that I don't come home.
Tuesday morning, we felt by far the worst we had felt since we'd been out there. And just standing up from a crouched position was difficult.
Over 4 days, the young couple's physical resilience has driven them on, but not any longer.
Just the constant nights of not getting any real sleep, of shivering, the days of climbing and getting cut and scraped and bruised, trying to make our way down this mountain, being dehydrated, not having any food. I think it had all finally really hit our bodies.
Although they now have a means to collect water, starvation is having a dramatic effect on their health.
Our bodies are starting to tell us that they don't have much more. We had turned some type of a physical corner, and it was downhill.
Exactly what happened to John has been a mystery, until now.
When I was gathering water from this pool, I did notice something out of the ordinary, something that didn't seem right. I think really, maybe part of me knew what it was, but the other part of me didn't want to know, at least not at that point in time.
For Brandon, the discovery of John Donovan's body is the last straw.
That's when I made the decision, I'm gonna light the whole place on fire, the whole damn place. And they have to see the smoke from that. We only have so many matches. We don't know how many times, if any, that we'll see another helicopter. So this was our last bullet. This was our last shot.
Come on, come on. Yes. Come on. Yes.
And it took much faster than I anticipated. Made sure the fire caught, and within 60 seconds, it's a large fire and getting larger.
No.
Brandon? Brandon?
see the fire and the smoke and not see him, I'm losing it again. I'm like running around on this little rock trying to get every vantage point I can see to see if I can find him anywhere in there.
Where are you?
And finally, I see his little head moving through the mess, and the flames are getting bigger. And I'm just, hurry up, get up here, get to me.
Brandon, hurry! Faster! Run! Brandon, come on! Brandon, hurry! Hurry!
I'm okay.
Just, come on. How do you not see this? Again, not a cloud in the sky, crystal blue skies, just amazing, beautiful. And all you can see are these huge plumes of just black smoke.
It burned for about 45 minutes or so, produced a great deal of smoke. There wasn't a cloud in the sky. And the thought was, I mean, they have to see this. I mean, if they don't see this, what next? We just kept on putting our hope in this. This is kind of this is our last shot. And we watched the fire begin to smolder, and eventually wasn't putting out nearly the same smoke. It basically burnt itself out. And now about an hour's gone by, and we still don't hear anything. We don't see anything. And so the thought starts to creep in both of our minds of, that was our best shot. What are we gonna do next? I'd always tried to be positive that we were gonna find a way out. There's gonna be a search for us. There's gonna be something. We just have to keep, ourselves safe, and we're gonna be okay. But now here we are, in a spot where we know somebody's died. And what are we gonna do? A lot of things run through your mind when you're really faced with, okay, this could be it. And it was the most beautiful sound we'd ever heard, because coming up from the valley floor is that sound of a helicopter. I think we both would have cried if we had tears, but we're both so dehydrated. We didn't have enough moisture in our body to come up with tears. But the pure joy of knowing you're gonna make it out.
We're hugging and we're kissing, and it's just, we know we're going home. It's just such a feeling of just pure joy that I don't even know how to formulate the words. I don't know what to even say. It's a pretty amazing feeling. And if we hadn't had that bag, there would have been no way out. And to know we're really going home after 4 days. I remember turning to him and saying, I said, you saved my life. Because he lit that fire. And if he hadn't lit it, I don't know. I hate to even think. I don't let myself think. I don't go there.
We're just so thankful to John Donovan for his sacrifice, and his last action even not being on this earth anymore was helping 2 people. So, certain people just have a way of leaving their mark.
John Donovan's remains were recovered 3 weeks later. The Navy veteran was buried with full military honors. Gina and Brandon stayed together for 2 years after the ordeal, and then separated. When Ken Hildebrand is thrown from his quad bike in the remote Canadian wilderness, he's pinned to the frozen ground beneath half a ton of metal.
I almost threw up just from the pain.
Injured, alone, and exposed to all this savage region can throw at him, Ken must battle to stay alive. All he can do is hope that someone finds him before he either freezes to death or the predators closing in on him move in for the kill.
My chances were very slim, very slim.
Ken Hildebrand is packing for a solo trip into the Canadian Rockies in the depths of winter, and he knows it pays to leave nothing to chance.
Some guys on the rescue squad and that call me Mr. Gadget because they always thought that I carried too much. And they used to always say, well, if we need to go out on a rescue, we always want to be paired up with Ken because he never gets lost. He always knows where he's at, and he can survive.
Yeah, no, I'm going up to Bob Creek to collect some traps. But, you know, I should be back in time, give or take an hour or 3.
The survival expert regularly heads into the mountains alone and makes no firm plans about his return with his family and friends.
Well, listen, if I don't show, we'll do it when Lil's back, okay?
Ken is a registered animal trapper, and this trip is to check up on beaver traps that he set the day before.
We trap to keep a good, healthy population of animals. And beavers are a rodent. The goal is to try and keep beavers from overpopulating.
Ken loves the great outdoors, and nothing stops him from enjoying this vast wilderness, not even his disabled leg.
I had polio. I had over 20 operations when I was a child. I mean, I was never supposed to walk. I threw the braces away and everything else, and I said, I'm going to walk. I'm going to do whatever normal people do.
Getting around this remote region is a real challenge, and Ken's trusty steed is his 4-wheeled quad bike.
The terrain is very rugged. The country is very mountainous. The hills are very, very steep. And there are a lot of places on my trap line that people, even that are good quarters, they wouldn't even tackle.
Today's ride is even more dangerous. Ken's bike is carrying a lot of extra weight.
My quad, without any fuel in it, and that weighs 600 pounds. The beavers, 35 and 50 pounds a piece. Then the 3 gallons of gas, yeah, pretty close to 1,000 pounds. A small pickup truck would probably weigh that.
The temperature drops below zero, and the wind picks up. So Ken calls it a day.
The wind was blowing at least 80 kilometers an hour. It was stuff blowing in my face as I was trying to drive. It was blowing up small rocks. All of a sudden, I felt this sharp pain in the eye, and I blinked, and I felt like a piece of grass in my eye. And the second I let go of my handlebars, I grabbed a hold of this piece of grass. And the bike started going up and over. I was on the way down, and I could feel the bike was following me over. It's just that there was nothing I could do. It felt to me like I was fast enough that I was getting out of the way, but then, wham, it was so fast. It just knocked me right face first into the dirt. And then I felt this excruciating pain in my leg. I could feel my foot. I could feel my ankle just totally dislocating and the bones were breaking. I almost threw up just from the pain. The steel rack rammed me in the smaller part of the back and drove me down and knocked the wind out of me. The pain was from my ankle and in the calf of my leg. I couldn't push and lift myself enough to move the bike. No matter how I tried to move my legs, I couldn't.
The heavily laden quad has pinned Ken to the ground in the middle of nowhere. As a paramedic with the local rescue unit, Ken's first instinct is to try to assess the severity of his injuries.
I took my pulse. My pulse was at 160. It was bounding. I could feel, so my blood pressure must have been up high because I could really feel my pulse. My skin was pale. If I pinched it, it was slow to come back to normal. It took 5 seconds for my color to go back in my finger, so I knew that I was in shock. Pain and the anxiety was causing me to make my heart rate go up. So I knew I had to slow myself down so that I could rationalize, I could think properly.
Ken learned how to deal with pain as a child, fighting polio.
I kind of mentally block it out. It's amazing how much pain I can actually block out.
Ken cannot reach his legs, which took the full impact of the crash. And he can only imagine the kind of damage that's been done.
My first assumption was that, yes, I dislocated my ankle for sure, possibly crushed it. I thought that maybe I had done a lot of damage to my right knee because it hurt like hell. My polio leg is not very big. I can actually put my hand around it like this. When it smashed down into that ground, I thought for sure that knee was done.
The weight of Ken's quad bike and survival gear exerts enormous pressure on his injured legs, causing excruciating pain. It crushes his good right leg against his weaker polio leg, cutting off the circulation from his calf to his foot. Ken knows that to avoid permanent damage, he needs to act fast.
My first reaction was I need to get out from underneath the quad, even if I've broken my leg. So I looked around and tried to see if there's any sticks or anything I could grab.
All of Ken's gear is still strapped to the quad. Only his axe has fallen clear during the crash. But it's tantalizingly just out of reach. Ken's survival instinct kicks in.
I always carry this fire starter around my neck and a compass on a string.
Getting his hands on the axe could mean the difference between life and death. To Ken, the axe is his only means of escape.
It took me several tries or more to finally catch the butt of the axe handle. I thought right away, well, maybe I can use my axe as a leverage to push the quad off of me.
But, trapped face down, it's impossible for Ken to get enough leverage on the axe handle to lift the quad.
Now I think, okay, I'm stuck here. I'm actually trapped. But when you're in that situation, you got to try something, and if that don't work, you got to try something else. I was thinking, well, if I can reduce the weight on the quad, maybe I'll have a better chance of getting out from underneath it.
But every strike causes agonizing pain to Ken's injured body as he tries to knock the heavy gear from the quad.
And then I thought, if I can perhaps maybe pile the beaver up, stick the axe in there on the corner of the rack.
With the beavers under his arms, Ken's hoping the extra height will make a difference. It seems to be working. The quad moves a fraction of an inch.
It felt so good. I mean, it still hurt like hell, and it felt like the bones were broken, but at least that steady, constant pressure was relieved.
Fueled by adrenaline, Ken decides it's time for a make-or-break effort to free himself.
I've just broken my best chance of getting out of here, so what am I going to do now?
Ken is now completely trapped in this Canadian wilderness. He has to come up with another escape plan if he's going to survive.
Now I thought, okay, the axe is broke, the handle's not as long. Perhaps now I can get underneath there and chop and hack away some of the ground.
If Ken can loosen the soil beneath him, he might be able to work himself free. But weighed down by his quad and the equipment, it's a near impossible task.
You try chopping like this here in a little space. It's a challenge. Because I couldn't get underneath my leg. I kept trying to get underneath, but every time I tried to chop to get underneath it, I'd either hit the ground and the axe would ricochet into my leg, or I would just hit my leg.
Despite the pain, Ken simply refuses to surrender and accept his fate.
When you're caught in a survival situation like that, your attitude has so much to do with it. It's very easy to give up, to think that, oh, it's all despair, there's no hope. As long as you don't let those things get in your way and you stop and rationalize, it's surprising how many little things that you can do. I continued trying to figure out and evaluate some way that I could move that quad so that I could get one leg free. If I could get just one leg free, I can get out from underneath this thing.
Despite his ingenuity and effort, Ken begins to realize he may have to spend the night alone in the freezing Alberta mountains.
All your nerves at that point in time is raw. Your mind is going through a million things, like, how long is this going to last? I tried every which way possible and thought of what if I could do this, or if I could get that, or... After 5 hours, I had exhausted all my options.
Darkness is closing in. The Rockies at night are deadly, especially in winter when the temperatures can plummet to 20 below. Freezing cold winds rush down off the mountains, and these howling gusts play tricks with Ken's mind.
I'd hear something and I'd stop. Now, am I really hearing that, or am I not hearing that? In fact, I was.
Incredibly, Ken has crashed his quad just half a mile away from a farmer's house. If somebody would just hear his cries, his ordeal would be over.
When I first heard the dogs, it gave me a little bit of spark of hope. Well, maybe I won't have to spend the night after all.
Ken's prepared for every eventuality. He even carries a whistle around his neck, which he uses to attract attention.
The dogs, of course, because they have so much better hearing than a human, they could hear me.
But his distress calls are drowned out by the high winds and go unheard by human ear.
Over here! I heard him going in and out of the house a few times.
Hey! Over here!
Help was so close, but yet so far away.
It's another devastating blow for Ken. And to make matters even worse, all of the gear and supplies that he's bought that could keep him alive are tied to his bike, completely out of reach.
What I had on my quad, I could have survived for a month, no problem. I had water, I had a hot coffee in it, my first aid kit, of course, and a sleeping bag that's good for 40 below.
Without all this life-saving equipment, Ken faces the ultimate test of his survival skills. The temperature is already 11 below, and with the wind chill, it feels even colder. He might die of hypothermia if he doesn't think fast.
I knew that the wind, the cold could kill me easily in a matter of probably half an hour or less if I went to sleep.
The freezing conditions take their toll. Ken knows that his violent shivering could be the first sign that hypothermia has set in. And it can only get worse from here.
Once you stop shivering, you are in severe hypothermia, and your shock can be irreversible. People that go into hypothermia get this euphorium of being warm. They stop shivering, they go to sleep, and then they die. During my 15 years on rescue, I have probably seen 3 or 4 people that were in a situation that I was in, and none of them survived. So I forced myself to stay awake. And even when I got to the point where I couldn't shiver properly, I would deliberately force myself to move to simulate shivering. I knew I needed to keep my body heat from going into the ground.
If Ken skins one of the dead beavers, he might be able to slide its fur underneath his body for insulation. But there's a danger the smell might also attract predators. And with his axe broken, he's powerless to fight them off.
I know the possibilities of cougars or any predator coming around is greater every hour that I stay there. Had I been attacked by a cougar, my chances would have been 0.
Ken knows without skinning the animal, he will die. There's little chance of rescue soon. His family aren't expecting him home for days, and even his dinner plans were tentative.
But listen, if I don't show, we'll come when Lil's back.
Ken decides the rewards of skinning the beaver outweigh the risk of attracting predators.
I put the hide side down and the fur side up, so that made my stomach a lot warmer.
The temperatures continue to drop, and it's another 8 hours until sunrise. The beaver's pelt gives him some temporary relief, but at a cost. The smell of fresh carcass could be carried for miles around, with predators soon picking up on the scent. Ken's greatest concern is dehydration. It's been 12 hours since his accident, and he hasn't been able to drink any fluid.
I had already been sweating for quite a bit because of the pain. Number 2, the exertion I was using trying to move this quad.
His body is losing water rapidly, and if he's unable to replace it, he will die.
Part of the problem with hypothermia is your fluid levels. Because your blood is drawn to your vital organs and that, you need that fluid. I had the stuff on my quad, but I couldn't reach it. I had an extra gallon of water, a thermos full of coffee. I knew that I needed to get some kind of moisture somehow, somewhere.
Ken carries a roll of plastic flagging tape to mark out the areas where he's laid his traps. Now he has an idea that he can use it to save his life.
If I can get frost on the ribbon, I can run it through my teeth, and I can get the moisture from the frost. I don't know how much moisture I got from it, but it was enough to keep the inside of my mouth a little bit moist at times.
but it brings him little relief. He's not eaten for 20 hours, and his body is weakening with every minute in these severe conditions.
I knew I needed something for strength. I decided I was going to try and eat some beaver. It was like meat that's crystallized, partly frozen. So that probably in itself probably helped me to kind of gnaw it and get it down. But it wasn't the pleasantest thing that I've eaten. All of a sudden, I just felt sick to my stomach, and it came back up. So I thought, well, this isn't good. I'm losing more bodily fluids.
Every decision Ken makes now could mean the difference between life and death.
The thing that played the most on my mind was the fear. I didn't want somebody in my family to have the anguish of finding me and, you know, partially ate by an animal or something. You know, who knows what can happen once you pass away.
After 15 hours of darkness, Ken's survival knowledge and sheer strength of will have seen him through the night, crushed under his quad bike in freezing temperatures. Suddenly, the early morning silence is broken by a welcome sound.
I'm thinking, the rescue crew is finally coming. It's about damn time I'm going to give them guys hell. And it flew off in the distance.
Once again, Ken's chances of rescue are just out of reach. Desperate for help, he tries to alert the farmer again. The farmhouse is only half a mile away, but Ken's desperate cries go unheard.
I was just exhausting every possibility that I could try and use. One defeat after another. At that point in day 2, I wasn't really sure how long I'd be able to survive.
Ken's second day passes slowly, with his survival kit just out of reach, and the chance of rescue so frustratingly close. All he can do is lie and wait, and get what moisture he can. He's still covered in the scent of fresh meat, and the dangers of night threaten again.
I thought that I heard something move. And I seen a couple of coyotes off on the right.
Ken's biggest fear has been realized. The scent of the skinned beaver has attracted some unwelcome visitors. Even from a distance, the coyotes can see that Ken is trapped and can't move.
Coyotes can be unpredictable. It's not the first time that they have attacked humans. When I heard coyotes messing around, I thought there was a possibility that they might get more aggressive.
My soul, my Savior, God to thee, how great thou art.
I got a couple of rocks, and I've got the broken axe handle laying there. I thought, how long that would last, who knows?
Ken has already been trapped for over 30 hours. His survival training has kept him alive, but the paramedic realizes that parts of his body are already dying. The constant pressure of the quad's wheel and the swelling in his right leg is causing serious nerve and tissue damage. Ken knows that even if he is found now, his good leg might not survive.
During the night, it got to a point where it was like your foot goes to sleep and you get all those needles and pins going through it. I figured, well, my foot is beyond saving now, for sure.
The hopelessness of his situation starts to take its toll.
We just finished celebrating my granddaughter's birthday. I was thinking about that quite a bit because my daughter had videoed me dancing with my grandkids. That's probably the last time I'll dance with them. I'll be missing out.
Ken draws strength from the battles he won as a young boy.
I've been through worse than that. I mean, I was never supposed to walk. I had 20 operations when I was a kid, and I threw the braces away, and that much of a challenge that I can't overcome that.
To thee, my Savior, God, to thee.
It works wonders for your morale if you sing. It also, if there was something coming close, they knew that I was human, and perhaps they might stay a little further away before they found out, what kind of circumstance I was actually in.
How great thou art, how great thou art, how great thou art.
Just before daylight, they came back.
The coyotes have returned, and this time they changed their tactics, closing in on Ken from behind. Unable to see them, Ken can only imagine their next attack.
You can hear them scratching, and you can, quick pitter-patters of feet. And then you hear a little yap. And then you can hear some more feet, so you don't know whether they're 200 yards away or whether they're right behind you. They were definitely excited, and they were getting each other excited.
As the coyotes move in for the kill, they discover one of the dead beavers that fell off the quad during the crash.
It sounded just like they were fighting over it. They sounded like they were a lot closer.
Now, the coyotes have a taste for blood, and Ken fears he is next on the menu.
What's next? Are they going to get more aggressive?
The frenzy of noise seems to attract the attention of the dogs in the nearby farmhouse. But once again, high winds muffle the noise from human ears.
Perhaps if he would have let one of his dogs go, maybe they would have come to me.
The noise seems to scare off the coyotes for now. As day breaks, Ken has been trapped for nearly 40 hours. The chance of rescue remains so close, yet so far away.
Every time that I could hear the sound of the dogs barking, or I could hear the farmer opening the door, and I would blow the whistle, nothing would happen. It was very frustrating, damn frustrating to... What's going on? Why cannot something come my way for a change? Why can't my luck change? I'm the type of guy that, you know, like, I've always been very independent, and this is the first time I found myself in a situation where I couldn't rely on myself to get myself out of it.
Ken's friends and family still have no idea he's missing, and no rescue operation has been launched.
You know, I was down, definitely I was down.
As a paramedic, Ken knows his body is rapidly deteriorating.
I knew that shock was probably getting worse. My core body temperature was definitely dropping. My fuel intake was 0. It was more concentrated on trying not to fade off and go to sleep. I knew that if I was going to survive at all, I had to stay awake. Just before dark again, the coyotes came back and there was a few more. I was so intent and focused on what these coyotes might be doing. One can only imagine and think because you can't see them, right?
It's Ken's third night trapped under the quad, exposed, dehydrated, and close to death. And this time, the coyotes have returned to hunt as a pack.
They're well-versed at their attack tactics. They would have tried definitely for my face or my throat because that was the most exposed. If you're swinging one way, they would try to grab you from the back.
This pack have already tasted fresh meat, and they're craving for more.
If I couldn't scare them off with the whistle and hollering, my chances were very slim. very slim.
Ken's outburst is just enough to fend off the coyotes. But if he has to spend another night out there, they'll be back, and he may not have the strength to fight them off for much longer.
For the full 4 days, I never slept. I consciously made sure that I kept myself awake because I know from experience the wind, the cold could kill me easily. My body was telling me it was a downward slide. My mental alertness wasn't there. My coordination wasn't as good as it could have been. So I knew all those things were telling me that my body is shutting down more all the time. For sure. My family was my primary focus. I can deal with whatever comes along. It's how can they deal with it? You know, how will it affect them? I thought that if I didn't make it, maybe while I still got my faculties together and I'm still able to write a message, I should write a message to them, just in case. Well, I told him I was sorry. And I loved him. I took my glasses off and I laid them in front of me, and I thought that, well, maybe, you know, just maybe I could get a little bit of rest. Finally, I actually closed my eyes.
On the fourth day of battling pain and fear, of forcing himself to stay awake, to fend off dangerous coyotes and hypothermia, Ken finally lets go.
That morning was a nice day for a walk, and I decided to take my dog to a particular area to visit friends. And looking at the beautiful hills and the mountains in the background, I changed my plans, went to another area, and found an area I'd never been before. Why did I change my mind? I have no idea.
Let's go.
Search and rescue expert Roy Davidson seems to be being led by fate to a certain point in the mountains.
I had no intention of being in that area whatsoever. I changed my plans 5 times to end up where I was. When I got down into the bottom of the valley, that's where I changed my mind again.
Let's go. Come on. Come on.
I just looked over and I saw the quad. And it looked like somebody underneath it.
Let's go. Come on.
I'm on search and rescue, and about a year earlier, we'd had a search. We'd been looking for a missing hunter on a quad. We found this fellow, and he was underneath the quad, and he was dead.
Oscar. 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 Oscar.
It was exactly the same scene. I figured there was probably somebody pinned under there that was probably dead.
Hello? I heard something, and Is my mind playing tricks on me, or is this real?
Are you all right?
Did I go to sleep? Am I dreaming, or? I thought I was seeing things. I thought I was hallucinating. I said, oh boy, you know, this is getting really severe. Is it real?
What's your name? Ken Hildebrand.
I felt blessed. I felt lucky to be alive. I don't have to say goodbye to my family. The relief of like when they lifted the quad off of me, it was fantastic. You know, I just can't describe how great it felt, but it was short-lived.
Come on.
I tried to move my legs, and then I realized that I couldn't move my legs.
When he first told me that he'd been there for 4 days and 3 nights, I didn't believe it. He was very calm. He was very businesslike. He knew what he had to do. He thought his legs, or at least one leg, was broken.
What were you doing out here?
That was probably a place where the quad wheel was sitting on his leg and the flesh was frozen.
I'm just gonna put this on. You've done that before.
I knew that for 2 days I didn't go to the bathroom anymore. I knew that, you know, I could have liver damage, I could have kidney damage.
I think the reason that Ken survived is he's tough. He's one tough dude.
Roy has to get Ken to hospital as soon as possible.
I tried to be as careful as possible driving out of there. It was pretty rough. There was no road. It was just up the bottom of the valley. And his leg was starting to hurt him.
It was probably hitting the bumps and stuff where I felt circulation going into parts of my legs and that I could actually feel. And it's ironically that the pain actually felt good. I don't know how to explain it. It just, I wasn't down, but I wasn't, you know, jumping for joy like you think a person might. Because I knew I was still alive, but I knew I had a ways to go yet before I was out of the woods. How far, I wasn't sure. And I knew I wouldn't know until I was in the hospital.
Surgeons fought to save Ken's right leg, but eventually they had to amputate, leaving him with a prosthetic limb and his weaker polio leg. But with the same determination that he had as a child, Ken is walking again.
I had no doubt in my mind that I wasn't going to walk again. I'm going to walk. It's not just you that has to survive, it's your whole family that has to deal with the issues that come up, and if you love each other, you'll make it through it.
When hunter Bram Schaefer is attacked by a grizzly bear, he faces a life or death battle for survival.
I thought to myself, oh, you're dead.
Severely injured and alone, Bram has to fight to get off the mountain in a violent storm.
I was starting to think probably wasn't going to make it.
Help me, please!
Just when it looks like he might be saved, a deadly new threat appears.
You could very easily be dead by morning.
Bram, stay awake now, come on! Whoa! Hey!
I'm watching my step. You watch your step.
I'm doing fine, don't worry.
Bram Schaefer has just finished high school. To celebrate, his father Dennis has brought he and his brother to hunt elk with some friends on Horseshoe Mountain in Montana.
My dad and a friend of mine's dad had decided they just wanted to do one last trip, you know, since we were kind of moving out and getting on with our lives.
Watch out for these potholes.
I'm looking. Eyes like a hawk, son.
Eyes like a mole, Dad.
Your kids are going from boyhood to manhood, and it's part of the transition. Learn from their fathers when their fathers are having fun.
Keep up, Dad.
Keeping up, son, don't you worry.
But after a week of hunting, they still haven't shot anything.
Sure your rifle's shooting straight?
Yep.
You ain't bagged one yet.
Well, just a matter of time, son.
The mountain rises to 10,000 feet out of the wilderness.
There's no roads, it's just trails, and it's just pretty wild.
September is hunting season, for people and for bears.
We've seen lots of bears. It becomes a feeding ground for them once this rifle season starts.
The bears are more dangerous towards fall because they're getting ready for hibernation, so they're scavenging for whatever they can find to fatten up for winter.
Today is the last day of the trip. The men climb almost to the top of the mountain, from where they'll sweep down in a wide line, hoping to find some elk on the way. They don't have much time. A big storm is heading their way.
Okay, guys, why don't we all spread out, see if we can't flush something out.
Bram goes to the end of the line.
Okay, let's move it.
Last chance, Pop.
Last chance for what, son?
Last chance to bag
an elk. You said it.
Bram had his own speed, and the way he went, he just went over a ridge, see? So he wasn't in sight of us.
Bram takes off alone, ignoring any possible dangers.
He was very strong physically and strong-willed. He was fearless. What's gonna hurt me?
Bram's orange vest might stop other hunters from shooting at him, but it also makes him more visible to predators. But Bram's a high school football star, bold and brash.
I was a pretty cocky kid. I didn't worry too much about anything. You know, I was 18, bulletproof. I walked for quite a ways and wasn't seeing much. You know, some elk sign on the ground and stuff, but nothing really to suggest anything was around. We were kind of supposed to stay within earshot of each other, but they were up on the top of the mountain and I was off kind of coming around the side, a little lower.
Now a few hundred yards away from his dad and the other hunters, Bram is suddenly aware that the forest is too quiet.
I kind of got a weird feeling about then, and there wasn't hardly a noise. You know, there weren't no birds chirping or ground squirrels running around or anything. And there must be something around here keeping the birds quiet, you know, a predator of some sort around. Kind of made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I hollered. She didn't slow down. My next thought was get the hell out of the way. I was just freaking out. Next thing I know, she's sitting there with her head in my lap, just huffing at me. I was very terrified. I thought to myself, you need to either eat me or get off of me. My temper was starting to get the better of me. So I reached up and punched her in the nose. I come back with my other hand, and she bit through my thumb. And I got to looking around, trying to find my gun. She was sitting on it with her hind legs. Just picked me up and shook me like a puppy with a sock. It felt like vice on your leg. And then I thought to myself, oh, you're dead right there. When she got done shaking my leg, she just kind of dropped me. I think she was just gonna see if she'd done enough damage that she could just leave me there.
As long as Bram keeps still, the bear thinks he's no longer a threat. The moment he moves, the bear attacks again. Unaware of Bram's terrible ordeal, two hunters further down the mountain, Bruce Pisecki and his son Bryce, are also looking for elk. So far, without any luck.
Come on, son. Our luck will turn.
On their way to try a new spot, Bruce sees something that makes him very nervous.
I'm starting to see bear sign and footprints of the bears.
See that? It's a big claw. Pretty recent, too.
But the hair was starting to stand on the back of my neck.
With bears in the area, Bruce wants to get off the mountain as quickly as possible. That means going straight down through unknown territory. At the bottom, they'll try to find a trail to lead them back to their camp, a couple of miles away.
There was something crawling up my neck that told me something's wrong. Pay attention. And part of it I told myself was, you just don't know where you're going. You're worried about getting lost. I'm getting very concerned because now I'm walking in an area that I can surprise a bear at a moment's notice. So I'm trying to make noise. I was saying things like, okay, bear, here I come, you know, get aside, here I'm coming through.
Okay, bear! Here we come! Coming through!
Bram has done the nearly impossible. He's killed a grizzly with a single shot.
I felt just a lot of relief. I was pretty happy for, a few seconds anyway. Didn't really know what all the wounds I had. I was just kind of trying to figure out, what damage was being done and what I needed to do to get out of it.
A mile and a half away, at the bottom of the mountain, Bram's father and brother arrive back at camp. They haven't seen Bram for nearly 2 hours.
We got to camp, no Bram. So I asked everybody, where's Bram? Have you seen him? No. Have you heard from him? No. I said, well, something's wrong. I got my other son immediately, and we went back up on the mountain.
Let's go look for him.
I knew he wasn't lost. He had a compass in his head. So I knew that wasn't a problem. But for him not to show up was just, it ate at you.
Back up the mountain, Bram is taking stock of his wounds. Adrenaline is pumping through his body, so he has no idea how badly he's hurt.
I noticed my shoulder hurt. My head was bleeding, but I didn't really know what all the wounds I had.
Bram has been savagely mauled. The bear has ripped his scalp and bitten deep in several places. But the adrenaline is stopping him from feeling the worst of his injuries. Standing up for the first time since the attack, Bram is in for a shock.
Ah! Ah!
His right thigh has been ripped from the bone.
My upper thigh was just shredded. You could see the artery in there just pulsing, and then just big slabs of meat just kind of hanging loose. I pulled the meat back up and kind of laid it back in the hole. I wrapped my hunter's orange vest around the wound and kind of tried to tourniquet it a little bit. It hurt pretty bad when I pulled it down tight. First thing, I sat there and I shot 3 shots like they teach you in hunter safety, and it's, you know, it's supposed to be the universal signal that I need help. Somebody's supposed to come find you.
Come on! Damn! Help!
Climbing the mountain through the storm, Bram's father, Dennis, cannot hear his son's gunshots.
Bram! Son, can you hear me? Bram!
It was getting really nasty. The wind started blowing about 30 miles an hour. We couldn't hear nothing. If he fell down, broke a leg, whatever, with the thunder and lightning, this was starting to become a life-threatening situation.
When no one responds to his distress signal, Bram's hopes of being rescued begin to fade.
And I sat there for maybe 10 minutes thinking, you're an idiot. Nobody's gonna come get you. You hear 3 shots all the time. You never go look for anybody. So I had to decide what I was gonna do. And I just decided I better get up and get going.
But walking with such terrible injuries is nearly impossible. Bram must get off the mountain quickly. If he doesn't get help soon, his injuries will kill him.
Help!
I was gonna try to head towards camp, but in order to get there, I would have had to go uphill. And I didn't have the strength in my leg to go uphill. I could just kind of peg leg along, and if I kept my knee straight, I could use it. So I just picked out a point out there where I knew I would come across a trail and started heading for that. I was pretty pissed off at the world. I hollered and stayed mad as I could for quite a while.
Bram's anger is fueling the adrenaline that's pumping through his system. It's the only thing fighting the pain and keeping him alive.
I think the things that kept me going were just willpower and a good, healthy anger base. It was hard. There was a couple of times I thought about, maybe just sitting down and quitting, but I'm about as stubborn as they get. I knew if I didn't keep going, I probably wouldn't make it anywhere. Nobody would find me.
Oh, damn!
As night falls, the storm gets worse. Further down the mountain, Bruce and Bryce Pisecki are still searching for the trail that will lead them back to camp. In the darkness, Bruce is now very nervous about getting lost in bear country.
The uneasiness that I had, part of it was not finding the trail, because I didn't want to be lost. And the other part was worrying about the bear sign that I'd seen. It was just made. I know they're there somewhere.
Dad, can't see. Let's use the flashlight.
No! No! We get lost. We need them batteries full. All right? Okay, so stick close. So we can see each other.
On the other side of the mountain, Bram's father, Dennis, combs the slopes in a desperate search for his son.
And the weather finally went down to about 10 degrees. And he's out there. So I'm looking and we're shooting and hollering.
Son, can you hear me?
Dennis knows Bram might not hear the shots through the storm, but he also knows he's taught him vital skills to survive.
He knew how to get under shelter without having fire. He also knew that if you are caught in cold weather, you walk. No matter if you walk a 100-foot circle, you walk until daylight.
But Bram's leg is so badly mauled that walking down the steep mountain slope is impossible. With every fall, Bram risks tearing the exposed artery in his leg. If it bursts, he'll bleed to death in minutes. Alone and on the wrong side of the mountain, Bram begins to realize how slim his chances of survival are.
I was starting to think probably wasn't going to make it.
But help is closer than Bram realizes. Further down the mountain, Bruce and Bryce finally hit upon the trail that will take them back to camp.
So I'm saying to myself, hope this is Rock Creek Trail. I hope this is Rock Creek Trail. And by God, it was.
Hey! That's our trail. Excellent. All right, look. We're both tired, soaked through. Let's take a short break.
But Bruce's nerves are still on edge.
I'm still got this uneasy feeling about this bear sign that I'm seeing.
His fears are aggravated by the fact that he and his son are using old-fashioned muzzle-loading rifles.
It's a fun weapon, and it is a primitive weapon. It's kind of like shooting with a bow and arrow. You only get one shot, basically.
But if the powder gets wet, the gun is useless.
And I thought, you know, we're all wet. These weapons are wet. We don't know if they shoot when they're wet.
Let's see if this thing works.
I heard a gunshot that was pretty close. I just about jumped through my skin, you know. I was pretty excited.
I think that's Dave. I thought it was my friend Dave because now I'm an hour late for dinner.
Dave! Dave! Over here! Dave! Help! Down here! Dave! Help!
I heard this voice come around in the wind.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
But it was like a frantic voice. And I thought, that wouldn't be Dave. I mean, Dave, if he's looking for me, he knows he's found me. He wouldn't be screaming.
Dave! Help!
Knowing help is nearby, Bram begins to relax. But it's too soon, and it puts him in even greater danger.
I didn't have to bear the whole weight of it anymore, so my body started shutting down,
Help me!
quivering, and stuff. So.
Help me!
Bram is going into shock. If he loses consciousness now, Bruce and Bryce might not find him until it's too late.
He was yelling back at me, but it was frantic. I couldn't hear what he was saying.
All right, shine your flashlight up in those trees. Let Dave see where we're at. Dave!
I didn't see no light from him, and I kept yelling.
Dave! We're down here! Rock Creek Trail! At the trailhead!
And this wind wouldn't let up. And then all of a sudden I heard, help me, help me. The wind came around and just carried it just perfect. And all of my fears of bears just came alive.
Oh my God, somebody's hurt there. We gotta help. You stay behind me. Anything comes at us, use that muzzle loader, you understand? You all right?
Bruce and Bryce start climbing towards the voice in the darkness. But Bruce is hesitant, fearing he's leading his son into a potential bear attack.
Where are you? Where are you at?
As I'm getting closer, I'm yelling at the top of my voice because now I'm scared. And I'm going, where you at? Who are you? I was getting excited because I knew there was a bear in the area. And this guy said he was attacked. I flashed the light and I hit something up in the woods, but it was a red glow. And bears' eyes are red, I'm thinking, when they see him with the flashlight. I said, Bryce, the bear's right on him. Let's go. Let's get up there.
Oh, God.
Help me, please!
I'm at the height of my adrenaline. I have my pistol cocked, and I get down below where this guy is standing. He's just shaking like crazy, and steam is rolling off of him.
Don't move! Stay where you are! I'm coming! Please! Where's the bear? Bear's dead!
My mind's really racing. I don't know what to do with hurt people.
You could just kind of see the color leaving his face. But, you know, he never really acted panicky or anything around me.
Even though he looked hideous to me, in my mind I'm thinking, reassure him that he's gonna be okay.
What's your name, son? Bram. Okay, Bram. Now we're gonna get you off this mountain, okay? Get you back down to camp, all right?
God, I kept saying, Bruce, don't freak out. You gotta help this guy. There's nobody else around. Nobody's gonna help him but you.
All right, here.
My concern was to get him to safety.
Hold this too. Here. Okay, you ready? All right, here we go.
Bryce was probably about 19 years old.
Oh, you got him, Dad?
I was in pretty good shape. I was a painting guy. I was up and down ladders all the time, carrying stuff that requires a lot of strength. I said, I can do this. Come on, Bruce, you can do this. I just didn't realize how hard it was gonna be.
A mile away, on the other side of the mountain, Bram's father is still searching for his son. With each passing minute, his anxiety grows.
My fears was he slipped, broke a leg, broke an arm, busted a shoulder. You know, anything could have happened. Your imagination runs pretty wild when you're afraid.
Let's drive here.
Dennis won't ever give up. But the others know that the chances of finding Bram at night, in the raging storm, are slim. On the other side of the mountain, Bruce is struggling to carry Bram. His strength is running out.
And I'm saying to myself, Jesus, this can't be this hard. And it was like the worst thing in my world. I thought, how am I gonna continue this? But I said to myself, whatever you do, Bruce, don't give up. You have to get this kid back to safety.
Bruce senses that Bram's shivering is getting worse. He's in severe shock, and his body temperature is dropping.
All right. Hold him up. Hold him up.
So I took my raincoat off, and I wrapped it around him to try to keep that warmth in him.
All right. Put your arm in there. That's it. That's it. Every time we stop, all right? I'm gonna stand you up. I'm gonna put my arms around you and try and get you warm, okay? Okay. You ready? Here we go.
But the relentless storm and the slippery ground are taking their toll on Bruce. Only a few minutes later, he has to put Bram down again.
Now it's only been 50 yards, and I'm winded again. And I'm going to myself, you cannot give up, Bruce. You cannot give up. I'm exhausted. I'm tired. I am breathing so hard, and I'm sweating so bad. I know I'm in trouble.
But Bruce knows he must get Bram off the mountain fast. If he fails, Bram will die.
I said, God, I need some help. And then I fired off my 3 last rounds of my pistol to try to get more help.
I heard a gunshot, and I thought to myself, what a fool. Who would shoot an elk at this time?
By chance, Andy Wolf has also been hunting on Horseshoe Mountain.
When I heard the second shot, I got that uneasy feeling. And when I heard the third shot, I knew something was wrong. Somebody maybe was disoriented. I thought maybe we would just go find him and help him off the mountain.
Andy knows there are others camping nearby who can help him form a search party.
I knew better than to go up onto that mountain in a storm alone.
Joined by the other hunters, Andy Wolf sets off in the direction of the 3 gunshots.
So here we are going this huge mountain in the middle of the night with roaring wind. We're having to yell to each other to even talk to each other.
Unaware that anyone has heard his distress signal, Bruce struggles down the mountain. But the going is so tough, he can only manage a short distance before he has to put Bram down again.
I said, God, I'm asking for help. I need the strength that this guy has. I need the strength that I had when I was his age. Give me that strength back just to get him to safety. He goes over my shoulder again, and I'll be damned, I started walking. And I didn't feel the pain anymore. And I felt stronger. And I walked, and I walked, and I said to myself, thank you, thank you, thank you.
They're now less than a mile from Bruce's camp. And although Bruce has found a new strength and determination to carry on, Bram's condition is rapidly deteriorating.
There were several times when I was carrying him that I felt like I was carrying a dead man. And so much so that I stopped to throw him back up on his feet to get him coherent.
Bram, wake up, Bram. Stay with me. Bram?
Well, Bram was like in and out, in and out. He was okay, then he wasn't okay. He was real coherent, and then he wasn't. I'm saying, don't you dare give up. Don't you dare give up. All of a sudden, Bryce started yelling, says, Dad, Dad!
Bram! Bram! Bram, you're gonna make it! You're gonna be okay! Somebody's hit! Hey! Up here!
We were probably 45 minutes into our hike when we started hearing screams. Screams for help.
Hey, up here! Up here, help us! What happened?
I'll never forget the sight that I saw. It just was very surreal. Like, holy moly, you know, this is serious.
It's chewed up really bad. I don't know if he's gonna make it. I need some help. It's okay, I'm a doctor. You're a doctor?
By an extraordinary stroke of luck, Andy Wolf is a doctor with specialist training in shock trauma.
What's your name?
It doesn't take him long to see how serious Bram's condition is.
He was going into shock. Shock kills people.
Man, come on now, stay awake, son. The doctor's gonna look at your leg now. Just take a second, and we'll get you back home. Stay awake now.
When I examined this thigh area, I reached my hand up in there, and my heart just dropped. I could feel his femoral artery just like a garden hose. And right then and there, I thought, this kid's can either lose his leg or his life. We're gonna be lucky if we save his life.
You still with me? Talk to me, Bram. You're gonna be okay, son. You're gonna be okay.
Andy was, checking my leg out. And He looks up at me and says, "Oh, you'll be all right." I said, "Yeah, that's what they say in the movies, just before the guy tips over."
Let's go. Bram, come on now. That's it. Almost home.
If we don't lose this kid from loss of blood, we could lose him from shock.
Come on, give me your hand.
If that artery goes and I don't get it stopped, we're gonna lose him from that artery bursting. We needed to get him off that mountain to save his life.
The camp is only a mile away from where Bram was attacked by the bear. It's taken him nearly 4 hours to get there.
Guys, go try to find some help!
2 of the rescue party are immediately dispatched to get help. The nearest ranger station is less than 5 miles away. But even if they make it there and call for air rescue, a helicopter would be grounded in this storm. Bram is a long way from safe.
I felt so relieved that we got him in there, and it started getting emotional for me, because I knew we gotta really save his life. We gotta take care of him.
Yeah, I'm gonna need some water.
I'd lost most of my adrenaline, so I was starting to feel more, and I was thinking about, you could possibly die.
Bram was in a tremendous amount of pain. You could just see it in his face, but Bram's a cowboy, and he would not complain if both arms had been chewed off. I put a lot of antibiotics into him too, trying to stem the tide of infection.
The doctor knows that even if Bram survives the night, his injuries are severe enough for gangrene to set in, which means he could lose his leg, or, if not treated quickly, his life.
Do you have my dry clothes?
Yeah.
Unaware of the severity of his condition, Bram's thoughts turn to his family.
I was pretty concerned about my dad and my brothers. They had no idea where I was or if I was alive. I was sure they'd try to look for me and, possibly get hurt themselves.
Once we got him stabilized, I thought I could take a moment to myself. I wept. For Bram's sake, I wept because his father is without him. He's got to be going crazy. I would be if that happened to me.
Up on the mountain, Dennis Schaefer is confronting his deepest fears.
I got to thinking, man, I might not be bringing one home. And that feeling down in your guts, I'll tell you what, is an empty, empty feeling.
Searching the dark, treacherous slopes in a raging storm is becoming too dangerous. Dennis's friends decide it's safer to wait until morning.
Dennis, we can't go on.
I don't care how bad it is. I am not going back. That is my son out there.
Dennis, please. I'm sorry.
I was determined to be out there looking for him, but the mountains are unforgiving if you're caught wrong. And they will kill you. So I got voted down, and we had to go back to camp.
Andy has managed to keep Bram alive so far. But now, the doctor spots a new danger threatening to kill him. Gas gangrene. Gas gangrene is a deadly poison produced by bacteria trapped in infected tissue. It destroys flesh, blood cells, and blood vessels.
Gas gangrene can travel 6 inches in an hour. If Bram's femoral artery was being attacked by bacteria, it would burst. Bram was in serious trouble at this point. He could very easily be dead by morning.
How you feeling, Bram?
I was laying there thinking that, I could lose my leg, and the thought of dying was still there, yeah. I mean, I knew I was in bad shape.
Dr. Andy Wolfe has given Bram antibiotics and painkillers. But without more powerful medication, Bram could be dead within hours. The gas gangrene is spreading rapidly towards his femoral artery. If it attacks it, it will burst.
It was very serious. It was just as serious as a bear attacking him.
2 miles away, Bram's father has no idea what's happened to his son. He spends an agonizing night waiting for the storm to abate.
They wouldn't let me leave camp, and that was probably the biggest torture I went through, was being in that camp, not doing anything. It could drive you nuts as a parent. One of your kids is missing. You know that the elements are horrid. It's unforgiving. I was awake all night, pacing, crying. Your heart just like it was going to explode, you know, because for the lack of ability to be able to go do anything and the unknowing, you know, you just sit down and weep sometimes.
Andy and Bruce also spend a harrowing night, hoping Bram will survive until morning. Bruce tries to keep Bram from falling asleep.
Wake up. How you doing?
Andy said we need to keep him active and keep him going so he doesn't slip into like a coma or something like that.
Talk to me, Bram. Come on. How you feeling?
I didn't know how long Bram could last, but I knew that at the level of care that he was at, that he would not last.
Andy knows that the rapidly advancing gangrene will kill Bram if he doesn't get to a hospital fast.
Stay awake, son.
I felt very impotent. It was just every moment wish that the sunlight would come. We'd hear a helicopter.
We stayed up the whole night. We took turns looking at his wounds, changing his bandage, waiting for help to come.
But help is a long way away, and time is running out for Bram. Bruce and Andy don't know how much longer he'll survive.
Stay awake, Bram.
Just at daybreak, we heard the chopping noise of the helicopter coming.
You hear that, Bram? You hear that?
I was pretty excited when I heard that helicopter coming in.
I've never been so happy in my life as to hear rotor blades.
Help is on its way.
I was just relieved. You know, I was happy because I thought, wow, he's going to be okay.
Okay. 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's it, Bram. That's it. Watch his head.
With Bram on his way to hospital, Bruce sends one of his party to find Bram's father.
Bram!
Dennis has been searching since first light.
Our plan was to go exactly where we had all left off the day before, and work our way down the mountain. If we found him, we were to shoot 3 shots and then shoot the 4th round. So then you would know that somebody had found him alive. Jubilation. Tears run down my face, and we're literally running down the mountain. You're just so happy he was alive.
It took 18 days for the doctors at Billings Hospital to save Bram's life. Miraculously, they also saved his leg.
I was pretty happy to see it when I woke up, that's for sure.
I feel very grateful for all the angels on the mountain, Bruce and his boy and Doc Wolf. Those people really done us a great, great favor by taking care of our son.
I'm not a hero, I just did what I had to do. I just know that I did the right thing. And to this day, I care about him a lot, more than he thinks I do.
When I left the hospital, they told me I probably would never be able to ride a horse or do this or do that. Riding horses is a pretty big part of my life, so I think it was less than 2 months before I got on a horse, and I've been able to do just about anything I want to do.
Despite his ordeal, Bram suffered no lasting injuries. Today, he's also a father and looks forward to the day he'll take his own son hunting on the mountain. Best friends Troy Driscoll and Josh Long are only minutes into a fishing trip when a violent riptide drags them out to sea.
It has no mercy. I mean, it's gonna kill you regardless if you like it or not.
The boys spend 6 days battling for their lives. And without food or water, they're pushed to the limits of survival.
I just simply asked Josh to kill me. I didn't want to be there no more.
We don't want to die yet. We're too young to die.
When we woke up, we were bored, you know, didn't have nothing to do. It was actually my idea to take the boat in the ocean. We can paddle it, I'm sure. You know, what can go wrong?
Josh! What? Let's take the boat out today.
In the river?
Screw the river, man. Let's do the ocean. Shark fishing.
Troy, shark fishing?
Troy was just, you know, like a younger brother to me. You know, he stayed probably the whole summer at my house.
Come on, man, be great. Get your new pole, get in the boat on the sea, catch a shark, you're set.
The best thing about Josh is he'll always be your friend. Once he commits as your friend, you know, he's gonna have your back. He'll never leave you.
Let's go fishing.
What's the matter with you? Well, here she is, my baby.
First time I saw the boat, I laughed because I was expecting, you know, something a lot nicer. It's a project, you know, it floats.
She's looking good.
Troy, do you want to go fishing or what?
Yes, I do.
Best friends, 17-year-old Josh Long and 15-year-old Troy Driscoll head off to Sullivan's Island, a popular fishing spot just off the coast of South Carolina.
The weather was great. The part of the beach that we put in was actually very calm.
Josh has only just finished rebuilding the boat. It has no engines or sail and is completely untried at sea.
We actually never used the boat before we put it in the ocean.
What's with the wetsuit?
I know, in case you might want to swim or something. The water's still a little cold. What are you, a baby? What you say? Nothing.
The two boys have fished the waters around Sullivan's Island many times before and have no concerns.
We just plan on being out there, you know, just for a few hours and then going home, you know, and getting ready for school the next day.
You ready? Yeah. After 3. 1, 2.
No, wait! I forgot the bait.
Boy, this is a fishing trip.
I just had my cell phone in my pocket, and my dad's real straight about cell phones, and you know, he was paying for mine at the time, and I knew I wasn't gonna mess it up. So I just put it right back in the truck.
You ready?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, pull! Row.
We kind of got an idea of, hey, let's go paddle between those sandbars over there. You know, sharks and fish probably get in the gullies because it's 2 sandbars.
And everything seemed good. We were making good leeway. You know, he was paddling on the front and I was paddling on the back.
I was having fun. I was bouncing up and down.
Wow, man! Whitewater style.
But in their excitement to go fishing, the boys don't check the Coast Guard warnings. There's a powerful riptide forecast for that morning, right in the waters where they're paddling.
And we were almost to the sandbar when we just got hit by the current.
Hey, we're drifting.
I figured it was a joke, you know. So I was enjoying the moment. I was, hey, this is fun, you know, we don't have no control. You know, hey, this is great.
Wow, man!
But, you know, Josh then grew real serious real quick.
No!
What's the matter?
Kurt, we need to get out of here. Go, man, go.
I knew we were in a current, and then I realized that, you know, we were actually going backwards. So, you know, I tried paddling harder.
And the harder we paddle and the more energy we burn, it seemed like we weren't getting nowhere.
The boys are fully caught in the riptide, and it's dragging them away from shore and out to the open ocean.
When I realized how far we went in such short a time, I was like, this thing is really powerful.
Go, keep going. Still going out. Stop. Stop here. Yeah.
Well, we threw the anchor out, trying to get it to hook on to something, you know.
It wasn't doing its job. I mean, it wasn't anchoring us or holding us in one position. Sure enough, we just kept drifting further out. It was no match for the current.
Paddle, Troy, on.
Oh, Josh, man, my arms.
Come on, Troy.
I don't think it's working.
Keep going.
You know, there's a bunch of people out there running and, you know, jogging and walking.
Hey! Over here! Hey!
And we were hoping that one of them would have seen us.
We tried to get their attention, but nobody, you know, heard us. We were already that far out.
It's taken just minutes for the boys and their tiny boat to be dragged hundreds of yards out to sea and into serious trouble.
We both talked to each other and saying, we're not going nowhere. This isn't helping. We got to do something different. We got to come up with a different plan.
We got to do something.
Stay here.
What do you do?
So I put the top of my wetsuit on, I put my fins on, and I started swimming.
Josh's plan is to swim to the sandbar with the anchor rope and then pull the boat to safety. In a panic, Troy also tries to swim for the sandbar, but straight away feels the force of the current.
John! John!
I was almost there, and then I look back and see Troy struggling.
Feels like something's trying to just pull me under. You know, I just feel all my energy being sucked out of my body. And once you run out of energy and you can't swim against it, it has no mercy. I mean, it's gonna kill you regardless if you like it or not. I just told Josh I can't do it.
I went under again!
We were being pulled out to sea at a very fast pace, and couldn't do anything about it.
Just 20 minutes after setting off on an innocent fishing trip, the two schoolboys' day out is going badly wrong as they're dragged out into the Atlantic Ocean. Alone in a tiny boat, they have no water, food, or mobile phones. And their ordeal has only just begun.
Shark, get him! Just kill him.
Troy, we're gonna come get us soon. Don't worry, okay?
I told Troy, I said, well, you know, they're gonna come look for us. They're gonna find us. So I was like, you know, and I told him, I said, I'm just gonna fish, you know, while we're waiting.
Shark fishing. Come on, man. Give me my new rod.
Right as I got the pole rigged up and I stood up to cast it, a wave hit the side of the boat and knocked me over, and I knocked over my brand new fishing pole in the water.
No, my new pole! No!
He lost his brand new pole, and that really ticked him off a lot, and he pretty much lost it.
Stupid fishing trip! My new rod!
Everything I did was getting, you know, screwed somehow that day. It was definitely one of my temper tantrums.
Whoa! Cool it, man. Yeah, this isn't gonna help, is it?
Shut up, man.
I knew he lost a fishing pole, but that was the least of my worries. You know, I was like, hey, man, listen, this isn't what we need to do right now. You don't need to be cussing. You don't need to be throwing stuff. You know, we need to be here as a team. You know, we came in it together, and we were gonna go out together.
Crazy, man. You're losing your mind on me.
Sorry, man.
Crazy.
As dusk falls, and with no sign of rescue, the boys begin to take stock of their situation.
Josh? What? When are they gonna come?
I don't know, Troy.
How will they find us?
I don't know.
Well, if they don't know where we are, what's gonna happen then? Are we just gonna drift around in the ocean at night? Yeah?
Shut the hell up.
You know, I was telling him, I was like, Troy, we've only been out here for, you know, one day. I said, they're gonna realize tonight that we didn't come home, and they'll be out here the next morning.
Okay. Okay.
I knew it wasn't good, you know. We don't see land, we don't have a cell phone, and we don't have food or water, but it's the first, you know, couple hours into the trip, so somebody's gonna realize, okay, the boys are not home, something's not right, and we need to go look for them.
They're coming. I know they're coming.
The boys haven't been seen for over 10 hours. And back on shore, Josh's father calls for help.
Hello, is that the Coast Guard station? I want to report my son and his best friend missing.
They were saying, where did the boys put in at? That was their first question. They want to know where, what the description of the boys and where they would have put the boat in.
I mean, we have no idea where they went. No, they didn't say a thing.
The Coast Guard can't mount a search until they know exactly where the boat was launched from.
Okay, thanks.
So Josh's father now begins his own search to find where the boys might have entered the water.
I had no idea where the boys were at, and very, very concerned that we haven't heard anything, no calls, and we kept searching until past 4 o'clock in the morning.
Josh's father first checks the river, where he believes the boys have gone fishing.
No, Connie. I checked the river, but nothing.
Finding nothing there, he also checks the ocean shore, close to Sullivan's Island.
I went out on the beach. I walked until I stopped probably about 100 yards from where the trailer was. But his car was black. So, I mean, I drove right past it, didn't see the car.
With no sighting of where the boys have launched, no search is mounted that night.
Hi, Debbie. What? What, they're not going to launch anything tonight? Or anything at all? Really? Right.
Out on the ocean, the two boys are still drifting in their tiny boat. Alone, they face their first night out at sea, in the middle of a storm.
The first night, I barely slept. We were very, very cold.
Strong waves begin to batter the tiny boat, and the temperature plummets to below freezing.
Coming in too fast. We're all right. We're all right.
When a wave would come, it would pull that side of the boat down and water would come over.
Yeah. Come on.
You know, it felt like ice hitting you. You know, all in all, we were, you know, freezing to death.
John, keep moving. Keep moving, okay?
Couldn't feel our hands. We were shivering. We pretty much, we had to cuddle with each other, you know, just for body heat. It was that bad.
Suffering the extreme nighttime cold makes the boys realize just how much peril they're in. Panic turns to terror as they face up to the reality that their lives are in real danger.
The first night was filled with a lot of emotion. Our mood, you know, went from being, okay, we're gonna get rescued, to, okay, you know, why are we still here? There should have been a boat, there should have been a helicopter, you know, what's going on?
You know, when we looked out that morning, there was nothing. We realized that we were, you know, so far off that we were gonna, you know, the land was now out of the option.
I did a 360 as I twisted around. I saw nothing but waves and ocean, and there's nowhere to go.
After a night shivering in freezing temperatures, Josh and Troy now endure over 23 degrees of relentless heat.
We had no shade. Anybody who knows, you know, who's been in salt water and their clothes dry after being wet, it's really crusty, salty. It was wear and tear on our skin.
Every so often, I would get in the water. Just basically cool off in the water.
You know, we swim around. It got our mind off of, the situation.
So cool! Oh, yeah.
But the boys are swimming in waters notorious for sharks.
All of a sudden, we look down, and there's a shark that raced up and hit the boat.
The boys realize their predicament with seconds to spare.
And we looked down, and the water was so clear, there was a shark. It was a good size. It was about 7-8 feet. There's a few of them just circling under our boat. So we were like, you know, that's it. We're not jumping in no more.
Back on shore, Josh's father receives dramatic news from the Coast Guard.
Hello? Hi.
We got a call, I believe it was around 10:30, telling me they had found Joshua's car.
Well, where was it? Sullivan's Island, but...
And then my heart immediately dropped. I knew they were on the ocean, my worst fear.
Right, yeah, I'll meet you there. Okay.
The Coast Guard has been searching for the boys' truck and has found it right on the ocean's edge.
Drove right past. We need the key, sir.
Sure, sir.
They opened up the glove box, they found both their cell phones and their wallets.
Knowing where the boys entered the water, the Coast Guard is now able to mount a full-scale search.
A church down the street had opened their doors, and they allowed us to come into their recreation center, and we pretty much started to congregate there. The press started to show up, all of their friends started to show up, people from around the community. I mean, it was literally hundreds of people started to show up at this church.
Now, we have people on land, we have boats in the water.
How do you know they're actually in this area?
Sir, let me show you. Okay, what we've done is we've taken our computer models and we calculate that the boat could not have gone any further than here.
I was concerned, but I was very confident that that day we would find them. That, you know, with all this effort, with all these planes, with all the helos out there, that we were going to find these boys that day. I just almost had no doubt that they were going to be found that day.
But the boys have already drifted 90 miles further north, beyond the Coast Guard's search area. Out at sea, Josh and Troy are battling the elements. They've drunk no water for over 24 hours.
So thirsty.
And are experiencing severe dehydration. Their bodies have lost over 3 pints of fluid, causing muscle cramps, headaches, and extreme disorientation. They're desperate for something to drink.
Very hot. I mean, there's pretty much no clouds in the sky. As the day progressed on and it got hotter, the water was very clear. Our mouths became drier and we were just thirsty. So it was almost tempting to drink.
So Troy and I decided, hey, well, we'll gargle it and spit it back out. And that way you have something wet in your mouth and, you know, it'll kind of, it's cold, so it'll help us a little bit, but we won't swallow it.
It wasn't good, but just have something cold in your mouth. That's all we needed.
The boys know that drinking the salty seawater will dehydrate them even further. But they're now so desperate, they find it impossible to resist.
It was horrible. I mean, it's a bad day when you know that's the only thing you have to drink. But what you're drinking's killing you and hurting you.
Weakened by dehydration, the boys are also suffering extremes of weather. Nighttime brings another severe drop in temperature. And with no protection against the biting cold, The boys have only each other's body heat to keep themselves warm.
We got to stay up. We got to keep ourselves dry. Let's cuddle. Let's talk to each other. Let's communicate. Let's make sure we're okay.
Stay with me.
In the church, Josh's father is keeping an all-night vigil for his boy.
Any news?
Nothing.
The Coast Guard?
They're back out in the morning.
You look tired. Why don't you try and get some sleep tonight?
Hey, I am not sleeping whilst my son is out there.
But you're gonna be no use to the boy if you fall over exhausted.
Yeah, okay, come on.
Let me lock up.
The boys wake on their third morning with a sense of despair. Then, on the horizon, a ray of hope finally appears.
Hey! Hey! Help! Help us! Please! Please help us!
It looked like a matchbox boat, you know, so little.
Hey! Help us!
A fishing boat is passing, just 100 yards away. The end of their ordeal is now surely only moments away.
Help us!
We yelled at the top of our lungs, tried to get somebody to see us, you know.
Please help us!
But it was like a needle in a haystack. We were so small.
Help us, please!
They just turned and kept on going.
Please help us! Come on! Come on! Why don't they see us?
It was good to see something else. But, you know, they didn't stop, so, you know, we lost a lot of hope.
The boys begin to realize how unlikely it is that they will be spotted in the vast ocean.
We knew that there was no way they're going to find us because the ocean's so big. And if they hadn't found us yet, they weren't going to find us.
And how helpless their situation now is.
You're in the hands of the ocean, and you can't do anything about it. It's either you're gonna suck it up, and you're gonna try to survive and hang in there, or you're gonna give up and you're gonna die.
Morning.
Josh's father, Eddie, begins yet another day's search for the boys, determined to remain optimistic.
Okay, people, now, I know that we're all tired, but this is the day. We are gonna find them today. We're not gonna give up, because they are out there.
Every day when I would get up on Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday, I would just think, today's the day we're gonna find the boys.
As well as the Coast Guard search, Eddie also keeps up his own lookout on the ocean.
Well, the search got bigger every day. I mean, because we knew we had more distance we had to cover. The boat could have traveled more distance every day.
Despite a massive Coast Guard and community search, there's still no sign of the two boys.
It was like Groundhog Day. Every day was the same day. You know, you wake up, there's water. There's nothing else but water.
They're suffering from extreme dehydration. Only their youth and good health are keeping them alive.
Well, when you have nothing to eat or drink, you know, for days, you know, it starts to really hurt, like wear on your body. I really didn't understand the meaning of starving or parched or, you know, dehydrated until then.
The dehydration is now life-threatening. The chemical balance of their bodies is undergoing serious change, and they require urgent medical attention. But despite the desperate need for water, all Troy can think about is food and how hungry he is.
I noticed my hands were peeling pretty bad because it was so hot. I was so dried out. So, you know, I decided to take a little piece of my skin off my hand and I balled up and put it on a hook we had left over in the boat. And, you know, I kept doing it, and the little fish every time won.
It's not working.
The boys failed to catch any fish. But Troy is now so desperate, he's prepared to eat almost anything.
You know, I had to have something in my mouth, something that had texture, some type of meat.
Troy, what are you doing?
Nothing.
Why you got the knife?
I'm gonna do it, Josh. I just need something to eat.
What? Don't be sick.
Well, I seen him over on the side of the boat with a knife in his hand, and he was kind of just touching it to his skin, but he wasn't like cutting it. He was just touching it, see how sharp, I guess, it was.
What the hell are you doing? What's the matter with you?
Can you do it?
What?
Do it,
Shut
please.
up, man.
So I asked Josh, you know, can you please cut my finger off, you know? With me looking away, just go down on it as hard as you can.
Please, shut up. Please do. You ask me that again and I will knock you out. Do you understand? You crazy? Cut your own finger off? What's the matter with you, Troy?
We've been there mostly islands around Charleston.
Back on shore, after 3 days of searching, the Coast Guard gives Josh's father some devastating news.
Anything? Nothing. Right, well, first lot, we're gonna target Lake Mary.
Mr. Long.
Then we're gonna go down to Ashley Riverbanks. The other mine are on the ground.
Mr. Long, we've been searching for 3 days. This has been the most extensive search in South Carolina's history, and we found nothing.
No, you can't call off the search.
I'm truly sorry. There's nothing more we can do.
Please.
Coast Guard came to us and said they're going to officially call off the search. And now they're going to switch it from a rescue to a recovery.
I'm sorry.
Starting first thing in the morning, they were going to just start combing the beaches looking for the bodies. I just totally couldn't believe that they're going to stop searching for the boys. It melted my heart to know my little boy was possibly gone.
Knowing the Coast Guard has now called off the search, Eddie is left with little more than his faith.
How are you, Edward?
They're still out there. I just know that they're still out there.
Throughout the whole thing, I just had to rely on prayer. I just realized that this was going to be, you know, in God's hands to bring these boys through.
Out at sea, the boys are facing up to the reality that they may never be rescued.
You okay?
Yeah.
I didn't think I was gonna ever have a future. I thought my 15 years on the earth was it.
Every time we thought of our family, our parents, it was just real emotional.
You're talking, man.
We both, you know, looked at each other and we were very, very sad, very nervous, very scared.
We were both trying to doze off, and I fell asleep, and he was already asleep. And next thing I wake up to a sound of an engine.
The boys have been woken by a huge cargo ship heading directly towards them.
Troy, wake up!
I've never been close to something that big. It was stories upon stories high. At the same time, it was so close, it seemed like I could touch it.
Hey! Hey! Stop! Stop! Stop!
Just as the boys had given up all hope of being rescued, it seems help has finally arrived. But the enormous ship doesn't stop and is now about to run over them.
Come on! Hold on!
Incredibly, the swell of the ship pushes the boys just out of its path and saves them from almost certain death.
Come back! Come back!
They can only watch as their final hope of being rescued disappears into the night.
If they're not going to rescue us, we're only feet away from them. They're definitely not going to rescue us when we're, a couple hundred or 1,000 feet away. It just wasn't going to happen. We were simply a needle in a haystack.
The boys have now been out at sea for over 5 days, and with no food or water, are in the most extreme stage of dehydration. They've lost pints of water, over 20% of their body fluids. Their vital organs are shutting down, and they're drifting in and out of consciousness. Few people ever survive this long without water.
My body hurts.
I didn't want to be there no more. I didn't want to be out in the middle of the water. I was suffering, and it was a slow death. I was ready to go home to God.
Stop! Stop it! I can't take this anymore. Come on. Stop it, buddy.
All right?
Even though Josh tries to stay strong for his younger friend, he's also battling his own demons.
Josh? 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 We didn't believe in suicide, but I was just swimming in the water. I just was like, if I went down as deep as I can go, I swam down probably about 35, 40 feet.
Josh! Josh!
If a shark grabs me, don't try to save me. I was like, just let him eat me. I'm not gonna put up a fight. And then I thought, what I might lose, what I'm missing out as far as growing up and how my family's gonna move on without me. All those emotions run through your head.
Josh! 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 What are you doing?
I came back to the surface and I was just like, you know what? I'm just gonna let God go when he wants to because I can't do it.
I would go back and forth the whole time to hang on to hope, but also realizing that they might be gone. And that was a struggle, and not knowing they were out in the water, knowing that if they're out there, what is the condition? If they're not out there, and if they're gone, how long before we can bring a closure to this? Every night when I would come home and drive down the street, someone in my neighborhood lined the entire street with bags with candles in them. So when I drove home, It took me right up to my house. The bags and the candles were out every single night. I was going to have to get ready for what I thought would be the memorial service once the bodies were found.
When you get back, forget to work on my truck. So when you're 16, I teach you to drive.
Towards the end of the week, you could tell he was starting to get real weak. He really had nothing left in him. He didn't want to hardly move. Basically, I keep trying to wake him up because I thought, you know, I really didn't want him to die.
Trot. Trot.
I didn't want to be in the boat no more. I want to be dead. I just simply asked Josh to kill me.
Just kill me, will you? Stab me, put an end to this. You're talking crazy talk. I'm done. I can't. So, I can't do it, man, never.
Troy asked me if I would stab him. And I just told him that there's no way I could do that. Because if Troy had died, I wouldn't be able to come home, even if they did find us. Because I couldn't go home and tell his parents that I let their baby boy die.
Come on.
Troy has now completely lost the will to live. His best friend won't kill him, so he tries one last desperate attempt to put an end to the ordeal.
See that?
Every night you'd see like little glow-in-the-dark little balls, and they're called jelly balls.
Troy now sees the jelly balls as not only something to eat, but a possible way out.
If it's poisonous, you know, and it kills me, hopefully I die a peaceful, you know, a peaceful death. I wasn't just gonna eat a little bit and get real sick and suffer even more. I was gonna eat a lot, and if they were poisonous, you know, I was gonna go out on the first hit.
But the jelly balls have no effect, and now the boys can do nothing but await a slow, agonizing death.
We pretty much realized that we were just waiting on to die. We didn't know how much longer we'd be alive.
Be over soon.
Of course, we both cried, saying, we don't want to die yet. We're too young to die.
You know you're dying, but you're dying slowly, and it's painful, and it's long, and every second that you're alive, you're dying at the same time. I knew I didn't have much longer.
In fact, their dehydration is now so advanced that they literally have only a few more hours left to live.
We should write something down.
Summoning the last of their energy, the boys scratch out their final goodbyes to the families they're leaving behind.
We loved them, and we're sorry, and I thanked everybody for their support. And basically just said that I'm sorry for what happened.
I remember writing to my mom and my dad, you know, specifically saying, thanks for everything you've done for me. Thanks for teaching me what you've taught me.
The two schoolboys are staring into the abyss. They've given up on life and can do no more than await death's final call.
Josh, I hear something.
Well, as me and Josh laid in the boat, I heard the roar of a boat again.
It's getting louder. Looks like it is you. What? It's getting closer.
I see this huge fishing boat coming straight at us. So at that time, I, jerked Josh. I was like, you gotta get up.
Josh, help us! Hey, help me! Help us! Please, help us!
I was crying, but at the same time, it was like I wasn't crying because I had nothing to cry. I was just screaming, hey, please help us. Please, we need help.
Over here! Help! Come on! Over here, please!
The two boys are just a speck in the ocean. But unlike the boats on previous days, this time they've been spotted.
So basically, we knew they saw us. We kind of just started, basically just gave each other a huge hug, and we're like, this is a miracle, I can't believe we're actually getting saved.
Come on, guys! One at a time.
The captain reached over and, pulled me up because I barely had any energy to get up. And, I flopped on the deck.
Need some water! Any water? Get you up here. Oh, you okay? You okay?
I couldn't understand them because they were whining, whimpering, happy, sad, the whole 9 yards. But one of the first things that Troy said to me, he asked me if I believe in God. And I said, well, yeah, I guess I do now. Because miracles happen.
Some water with you. Some water. Hey, thank you, man. Thank you. Got you, man. You're safe now. You're safe. So lucky. Yeah. Better now, huh? Patch me through to the Coast Guard.
Hello? It was the Coast Guard. And he said, we have your son. Would you like to speak with him? And I said, put him on. And when I first heard his voice, it didn't even sound like Josh. It sounded so weak, and he was so incredibly weak. But he started saying, Dad, I love you. And to hear his voice, it was a true miracle. There's no doubt in my mind that it was a true miracle.
Doctors believed that the two boys were within hours of death when they were rescued.
He looked so thin and so exhausted, but he just, from the moment I walked in the door, he was just, Dad, I love you, I love you.
I love you too, darling.
It was hard to believe that we made it out alive. We were expecting the worst. Troy and I knew we were just waiting on dying. And I couldn't believe that we got a second chance.
Josh has used his second chance to become a family man. He married his high school sweetheart and now has a baby boy. Troy has gone on to fulfill his lifetime ambition to become a firefighter.
I have a lot of faith in my own self now. If I ever face anything that, might be difficult, then I'm not going to give up.